Pants, that's right. We can put on fancy pants. We put on fancy shirts. We're doing all the things. Okay, so let's see here. I'm remote learning. I'll just take you with me to the bathroom. Fantastic. I'm going to probably take this down, just an FYI. So, and I'm going to make me small. So, I'm just going to put this here. So, just let me know if there's any big time donos for the site, and we will address those. Less be 4 hours, or will Mr. Terry miss it? I mean, we're just gonna kind of. I don't know how long this is going to be. It could be very, very long. So we'll see. I just said just join whenever. So we're about 256, 202. Let's go. Let's go. All right. So I'm gonna grab water super duper quick. We'll be starting within like the next 5 minutes or so. So we'll be there. Just let me know if there's any big time donos on the site, if you don't mind. We're gonna rock. I'm gonna fill this up, and then we're gonna be cooking. And we're gonna be teaching time. We're gonna teach. Alright, let me see what the placement looks like on here. Nice, thank you for the fiver. Mr. Grossi, someone took the weed out of my locker again. It happens, man. It happens. That's why you gotta be more careful with your stash. Alright, let's see here. Alright, so that, I need to move me. Where is gonna, oh, top right I think is gonna be the best. Hi, Nova. Did you just meow? What was that? What was that? It's not your food time. Girl, you still got like 2 hours. Get on out of here. Okay. All right, let me just make sure here. We're going to make sure this is good. Anonymous took my pencil. It's very fair. Okay, cool. All right, we should be good. Should be rocking. Yeah, Nova does think it's food time. But girl, she's still got 2 hours. 2 hours. Not even close. The kitty did go meow. All right, everybody can see things? I need to also, I'm probably going to cover this. 256, 269. Forgot your backpack? Yeah, it's totally fine. Totally fine. All right, I need to configure, I need more monitors. I thought 3 was enough. It never is. It never is. Okay, can you, nope. Can you stop? Thank you. All right, I'm going to block that. Hopefully I won't need that. And we should be good to go. All right, we all ready for this? History lesson. I don't know how long this is going to be. It's going to be long, just because this is something that I would usually teach over the course of at least a week in AP Euro. So it's gonna be a minute. King Andrew took my hat. I'll excuse me if I'm a little vague on some things. It has been a hot minute since I taught this particular one, and this particular subject. It's been a hot minute. So yeah, we're gonna rock. Got a popcorn and fresh beer. No, is the shirt weird on camera? Well, is it like doing weird things? I could change the shirt. I got plenty of shirts. Shirt looks weird on the camera at this size. Oh, I see you. It's like an optical illusion. All right, I'll change the shirt real quick. All right, well, we can change it. It's not. It does look very, very weird. It does. It's just like, hey, you just get an optical. Keep the shirt. Okay, fine. No, you got it. You got it. I have other shirts. I have plenty of teacher shirts. So zoom yourself in, but then I start taking up a bunch of the space. Is Tom Zoidberg? Yes. All right. Weird, but no. Keep it. Got it. All right, so French Revolution. So unfortunately, I can't start you with the actual French Revolution. Also, is the audio okay if I stand like this? Is this totally good? Good. I project and I walk. I'm going to move the chair. Do this. We're good? Audio's great? Excellent. Wonderful. Where's French and what's a revolution? Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, so let me turn off this so NBC doesn't try to destroy my life. Go away. Okay, welcome. All right, so we did this last year. We talked about the interwar period and the Age of Anxiety, which is arguably one of my favorite time periods to teach about. This is something that it builds for a while in AP Euro. And again, just to give you some context, this is also for like a high school college class. Like that's what AP is. It's advanced placement. So it's European history. So again, it's not going to go into like the most in-depth possible. There are going to be things that are going to be omitted. Don't be like, oh my God, I can't believe you didn't mention that. Sorry, this is just, and there's also additional reading that goes on with this that you are not going to have to do. So for the French Revolution, this is probably one of the first major lessons where you are going to see a lot of past topics really kind of build up to this point where you're going to have this explosion that is going to be the French Revolution. And I always joke, when you say French Revolution, it's which one? Because the French, they revolt quite a few times. But usually when you think about French Revolution, you are thinking about, you know, the chopping of the heads that is going to happen, the Reign of Terror. But before we get into that, I do want to talk about the Age of Absolutism. And so, with that, let's get into this bad boy. This is going to take a while. I'm not a professor. I'm just Tom. All right, so let's talk about absolutism. I could also make this a little bit larger because I don't think I'm going to cover this. So just give me 2 seconds here. So maybe this is going to stop making it so trippy. Hopefully. Let's just double check here. Teacher. Oh, that looks significantly better. Okay, cool. Okay, that looks a lot better. Okay, I go to the counselor, of course. All right, so let's put this here. Bam. All right, so let's talk Les Mis. So Les Mis actually covers a few of the French Revolution. So like when you start talking about when they actually set up a barricade at the very end, that is post what we're talking about here. Thank you, Bobby. That is, it's definitely post this because that's when they basically revolt again. If you remember from Les Mis, when they start barricading, and I know this now because I actually saw this movie like a month ago, and I had never seen it before then in its entirety. There's a point where they like ask, they're like, who are you? Or like, what do you want? And they're like, we're the French Revolution. And then they just start shooting them. That's because there has already been a revolution beforehand. But it's important to realize that, just like anything in history, this thing just does not happen overnight. And it's important to realize that because one of the things that's going to start the French Revolution, and again, I am going to try and go as quickly as humanly possible, and this is still going to take hours, but absolutism is, I think, a great place to start. So, if some of you potentially remember from high school what absolutism is, you start to see this period in the 1600s where there's going to be these monarchs in Western Europe that are going to start to take total and complete control over their respective countries. So absolutism is what it sounds like, being absolute. So it's this political ideology system in which you're going to have a divine right monarch. So what does that mean? Does anyone know the idea of divine right that is not the definition that's listed in the second part here? Where you have heard divine right besides what we're about to talk about with good old here. Divine right of kings? I like that. That's good. Ordained by God to lead? Hell yeah. Let's go. Woo! God-given right. So let me just ask a quick question here for the class. What are some potential snafus? What are some potential problems if a leader, right, let's just say me, as Tom Grossi, got on here on YouTube and was like, hey, God was the one who told me that I have the absolute authority to do whatever I want. What is a potential problem with that? Which God? That's actually a very good question. They're usually referring to the Christian God in this sense here. God wishes aren't sure, absolutely. We call you crazy. Gotta follow that guy. Sure. Finally, a religion I can get behind. Everybody hates you. Not. Abuse of power. Why is that abuse of power? What is the potential problem here? If I'm a king and I go, hey, well, who made you in charge? God. Why is that an issue? Checks and balances? Sure. Separation of church and state? That's funny. Nay. So the issue, right, it can't be proven, right? And so right off the bat, if I'm saying, hey, God has chosen me, God is the one who has put me in charge, if you're a peasant and you look and go, well, no, I think what you're doing is wrong, are you going to question God? You're gonna question God? You peasant there? So automatically, this is going to put you in a very weird situation where now nobody is able to question my authority because I am backed by literal God. Ian, thank you for the 18. And the reason why we're not even talking about French Revolution, because that's going to happen in the 1700s, we're starting in the 1600s here. The reason why that's going to be an issue is this is something that is going to be pretty prevalent in France, and this is going to go on for a good amount of time. This is going to you're going to start seeing this pop up with Louis XIII, the 14th, the sun god, which we're going to talk a whole lot about. You're going to see this with the 15th, the 16th. You are going to see this idea of absolutism. It is not only in France, it's going to be in a bunch of different countries in Western Europe. But basically, these kings, these monarchs going, hey, I'm in control of everything. Absolute power over everything. Anything that goes on with the state/country, I'm in control of. And who gave me that authority? God. So right off the bat, you are going to start having, okay, abuses of power. You're going to have folks who can't question that power. And anytime you try to do so, you are not only going up against the king, the head of the state, but you are also going up against the religious aspect as well. You're going up against the church. You're going up against potentially your own religion. And so, for a good long while, this is one of the most popular ways of ruling in Western Europe. And again, you see this throughout history. You see like glimpses of this because there are differences between totalitarianism and absolutism. So totalitarianism, which you're going to see in the interwar period, and this is something that we would talk about if we were talking about the interwar period, you're going to, like, they're controlling, like, the minds, bodies, and souls of people, right? Like, you're going to see a lot of aspects of this, like when you were talking about, like, Nazi Germany, for example. They're going to take religion out of school, Anonymous, thank you for the 20, and replace it with Nazi ideology because they want to raise kids on these ideologies, so then later in life they're not going to question these things. And so when it comes to absolutism, while, they're not doing that much, it still is, hey, I'm the head of the state, you cannot question me, and it's this kind of, hey, we have this religious figure that a lot of people are believing in, especially in Western Europe, Christianity, and we talk about Protestant religions, they are all the rage, but in France, it's this combination of religion, absolute authority, do not question it. And again, this does not stem out of nowhere. We're going to talk about where it comes from specifically in France. It does pop up in other countries. We're not going to talk about that today just because we don't really have the time to do all that. That would be the age of absolutism. But this idea is come up with this theory of divine right, comes up from a French bishop. And again, you see this, if you want to go way, way back too, like this is way, way back. You want to go to like ancient Egypt and the idea that pharaohs are God, right? And there's like, or a God. Because let me be very clear, polytheism. But in terms of them being a god, like, oh, they make the sun come up, they make the sun go down. We're going to talk about Louis XIV, who is the Sun King. So right off the bat, this is happening, right, nearly 200 years before the French Revolution is going to get started. But this is the foundation of what politics looks like in France. And so you're set up with a situation that you can't question it, and if you get the wrong person in power, they might abuse it. Does that make sense? That's good. Look, Mandate of Heaven in China. Excellent. Mandate of Heaven is a phenomenal reference there. Yeah, so Mandate of Heaven, when we talk about ancient China, this idea that God has given the authority for families to rule, and then if they're overthrown, then it's like, oh, the Mandate of Heaven must have been passed on to a different family. So that is what is able to justify all of these potential changes, because you do have a lot of overthrowing that's going on there. 256, 312. Appreciate you. Thank you. All right, so let's talk about France real quick. Don't worry, there's going to be plenty of pictures soon. And again, I'm not going to spend like a ton of time, because this is a ton of background information that we would have learned a long, long time ago. But let's talk specifically about France. And so in 1610, there's this guy called Louis XIII. There's going to be a lot of Louis. He's a Bourbon. There is a guy who is one of the most influential figures in French politics, and that's Cardinal Richelieu. So Cardinal Richelieu, and again, here comes that combination of religion and also politics. Cardinal Richelieu, he's the guy who starts getting the gears in motion to make all of this power flow through the state, and more importantly, flow through the central figurehead who is going to be Louis XIII. And so why this is important is because in 1610, Louis XIII is 9 years old. So let me ask the class here. What are the potential issues of having a 9-year-old as a leader? I'll give you some time. 9, never fear. 9 is here. Dumb idiot. Easy to manipulate. Not fully potty trained. Maybe he has some accidents, sure. Gonna be a puppet. 0 maturity. Sure. Literally a child. Also very, very good answers here, because they are a literal child. 9 years old. Yeah, they're 9. So you can already see that there are going to be some problems that are going to start to stem, right? Because they're 9. And so, here's the $1 million question for you. Who is the biggest threat? So let's just say I'm 9 years old. Hi, I'm 9. I am the king of France, right? Who specifically is going to try and take advantage of that? Think about people within society, and it doesn't have to be limited to France. Think about people within society who is going to try and take advantage of that. You have the church, sure. Church could definitely be one. Sure. Everyone, be specific. Oh, I see rich people. I see rich people. Politicians, family members, regents, nobles. Good. So nobles, if we're going back, right? Nobles, you're having like wealthy families, the rich folks of France, right? The rich of the world. So when you have a leader that is 9 years old, you're going to have a whole bunch of rich people who are going to come in and go, 9, you say? Well, I'm going to do whatever I want, including what? If you are one of the wealthy nobles in France with a 9-year-old leader, what might you try to do? Ooh, rule? Try and take over? Uh-oh. I got a bunch of money. Manipulate. I got a bunch of money. I got a lot of influence. I might have a bunch of land. Maybe I should be in charge. So, here comes Cardinal Richelieu. And again, you have this combination of church and state. Jack, appreciate you. Church, start a YouTube channel, of course. God forbid. that they started making the monarch position, the king's position, more and more powerful. We were talking about this last night randomly. We were talking about the centralization of power, and this happens, this is way after what we were talking about last night. But when you see a lot of like taxes start to be levied, right, and you're going to start to see them go to standing armies, so now all of a sudden these heads of states and these countries can go, oh, we have armies that are at the ready. When you compare that to the Middle Ages, where they just had a whole bunch of knights kind of doing whatever they want, they belonged to each individual lord, and it was all, separated, and you couldn't really have armies come together. So, what Cardinal Richelieu did, and this is phenomenally smart on his part, he started hiring these nobles. He gave them jobs. Can anyone tell me why? These people who are power hungry, these people, as you just said, right? They're trying to, take power. They're potentially trying to rule. Why are they giving them jobs? Make them busy. I like that. To earn favor. To keep an eye on them. Make them beholden to the king. So if I go, Captain Obvious. You know what? I'm having a tough time here with my YouTube channel. I'm going to make you a lord, okay? I'm going to make you really, really important. You're going to be my right-hand guy, and I want you to keep all these other people in line. And then I'm going to go to somebody else. So I'm going to say Teresa says loyalty. I'm going to have you my left-hand person. I'm going to have you, and you're going to do these jobs. And all of a sudden, these nobles who are like, let's go and take over for this 9-year-old. Well, now they're like, oh, well, I have favor with the king. I'm going to go and I'm going to do this for the monarch. I'm going to go and do this. They're distracted. And I don't want one of the rival noble families to get the title that I now have. I don't want them to be able to take any power. And so what they start to do is give all these nobles different jobs, and it winds up keeping them distracted from overthrowing the 9-year-old who's on the throne. And I don't think that this will come as a shock, but Richelieu was basically the guy in charge in France while a 9-year-old sat the throne. I don't think that's going to come to a shock to anybody, but he employed all these civil servants because when you're a civil servant, who do you work for? Take literally today. If you're a civil servant today, who do you work for? What kind of jobs are examples of a civil servant? The state, the people, the king, the government. Right? I'm just a civil servant. I'm going and I'm plugging away and I'm doing this job that's for the government. Right? So it's really smart for Richelieu because he's like, oh, okay. You go carry out the king's orders. You go follow the government's laws and you go and enforce them. And you make sure you get to have this fancy title. You get to have a little bit of power, but not too much. And it keeps all the nobles, they start infighting one another. So they're like, oh, we got to keep them out. We got to make sure that we maintain power, blah, blah, blah. And meanwhile, nobody's looking at the 9-year-old who's on the throne. You know? So, this is all well and good for the monarch and for the state. And Louis XIII, again, we're not going to dive into the weeds about Louis XIII specifically, because what really is going to start to matter is the guy who comes after him. But to give you some ideas about what Richelieu does here, he has a super aggressive foreign policy about expanding. You're going to see this with Louis XIV. You're going to see this. He censors the press. He has a whole bunch of internal spies that are reporting to him about what other nobles are doing. And, oh, are you committing treason? Uh-oh. No good. And so, again, he's creating this scenario where they're all against one another. But most importantly, they are not against him. They are not against Louis XIII. Exactly, Janine. Don't pay any attention to the guy behind the curtain. Don't do that whatsoever. He also, and this is a big one, this will eventually change, but you talk about England, right? And you're going to have like parliament and stuff like that. He does not allow the discussion of public matters in like these political matters in these public settings. He doesn't have these like public assemblies, stupidity, appreciate you, that is going to come together and be like, oh, I don't know, because let's just do this. What happens when you get a bunch of people, I use this as a classroom exercise all the time. If I was a teacher and stood in front of you, and let's just say I've been teaching you for however many months, right? And I got you all together, and I said, hey, what do you feel like I could do better? Do you have any criticisms? Do you have any complaints? Do you have anything that you would like changed? What's the problem? We are going to talk about the National Assembly made of 3 classes. It's technically the Estates General first, and it's going to turn into the National Assembly, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet. Get support? Sure. Sure. Criticize you, but don't even think about the punishment. Don't even think about punishments. Think about it in the why this could be bad for me. If I get you all together and go, hey, what can I do better? What's the issue? Giving power to students? Why could that be a problem if I'm this absolute monarch of a teacher that wants to keep all of my power? Makes it think they have a chance? Sure. Radical ideas start to form? Go on. Revolution, that would be that'd be the far end of the spectrum. Things could go real wrong. That's the one. We start questioning authority. Because if we start going, yeah, you know what? Mr. Grossi gives way too much homework. Or you know what? Yeah, like his tests are a little bit unfair. Well, there's a whole bunch of us, and there's not a lot of you. Uh-oh. And all of a sudden, you could have dissent that is going to start to form. And so he is saying, yeah, let's kind of avoid this a whole lot. So when we get to the French Revolution, so someone mentioned the National Assembly, the Estates General is basically what that is, and we're going to talk about the 3 estates and what that means, and it's representative of each of the populations. We're going to talk about all that. But under Louis XIV, you're not seeing the Estates General. You're not having people come together and talk about politics and representation because that could reduce the amount of power that a king or a monarch has. And under absolutism, that's not great. Because again, you want to try and avoid that as much as possible. Also, if you wound up conspiring against the state, Anonymous, thank you for the fitty. If you wound up speaking out against the king, well, what's that called? If you are speaking out against the rule of the king, what? Treason. And what do we do with people who commit treason? How dare you speak out against the government? How dare you speak out against the king? We kill you. And so this starts forming under Richelieu. This starts forming under Louis XIII. So this is why we have to talk about this before we talk about the French Revolution, because this is going on in the early 1600s. And this is going on for a good amount of time before they start chopping people's heads off. Does that make sense? Gotta speak out against them. But it's also creating a situation where it is more and more difficult to speak out against the government. Because before this, So, then just to give you some clarification, before absolutism, and we'll take France for example, that's the reason why I have him as a Bourbon. You have these competing noble families, these competing ruling families that are constantly trying to get power. And Richelieu and Louis XIII, mostly Richelieu, is the one who steps in and goes, no, we're kind of done with that. We are just going to have this central figurehead who is going to be Louis XIII, but it's really him. And they are anybody who speaks out, done. All these nobles who would potentially rise up against us, now you're working for us. 400. Thank you, Anonymous. Appreciate the hell out of you. All of that. No more. And so he's creating these traditions. He's creating these laws. He's creating this inability to speak out against a central government. Now, there is something that is very, very important in here. While we're talking about Richelieu and all of the progress that he made, and I'm using progress, of course, in quotations, because obviously it's benefiting only a small amount of people. While they are doing this, we're at $256,406. One of the things that Richelieu is unable to do, because they have a very aggressive foreign policy, they want to expand. One of the things that they're not able to do is they're not really able to fix the economy. And this is something that we can get way, way, way into the weeds too, but then we will be here literally for 8 hours. But the reason why this is a problem, Dakota, thank you for the fitty, is because there starts to be a massive amount of debt that starts accruing in France. Bit by bit by bit. And so, eventually, when you have the next leader take over, they're going to inherit a ton of debt. And now, that's why we have Undue Medical Debt. Silver, thank you for the 20. So, why is that a problem? This debt would get worse from the French helping the Americans in the Revolution. Sure. We'll get to the people starving. Yeah, just a little oopsie. Just a little oopsie. Why is that an issue, though? Debt being passed down. Why is that a problem? Peasants can't feed themselves? Issue. Just raise the debt ceiling. Easy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Unable to help people? Sure. Higher taxes? Ooh! We're in debt. How are we going to get rid of this debt? We'll start raising some taxes. Not everyone's going to be so happy about that. But the Dow, of course. Gotta learn about the Dow. So we got Richelieu and Louis XIII. So, not in power for a significantly long time. That'll be Louis XIV. So, Richelieu, over here, on the left side, right here, at the right side. Because they're spending money, because again, they have a very aggressive foreign policy. They want to expand. Louis XIV is going to do this. There's going to be a bunch of wars that he is going to fail at to expand France. And the problem is you think about this, when you go to war and you lose, all of the resources and the money that you poured into that and you don't get anything back. Scott Merriman, thank you for the hundo. All those things, it's kind of, oh crap, now we just have a whole bunch of debt and we don't really have anything to show for it. We don't have all this new land. Anonymous, thank you for the fitty. We don't have this new land that we can go and take resources from. We can't put folks to work. None of that stuff. So just some pictures here. But we got to talk about the main man in a moment. There's Cardinal Richelieu. Big cat guy. This is one of the very famous paintings of Cardinal Richelieu. He did love his cats. It's true. Can't trust a cat person, as I have 2 cats. But Richelieu basically is the guy, and he outlives Louis XIII. Louis XIII dies, and so it's time for Louis XIV to take over. We're at 256, 626. Louis XIV takes over, and he becomes king at the age of 4. So, oh yeah, Mazarin's coming. So, the Sun King is coming. Let's just make some healthy historical assumptions here. You had Louis XIII, who is 9 years old, and you got Richelieu, who's like, all right, I'm basically going to do everything. Now you have a 4-year-old. Namas, thank you for the 20. Now you got a 4-year-old. I saw Sydney say that before. Well, now that's easier than ever. Sure, I'm going to be able to manipulate this person. This is going to be easy. Right? Easy peasy lemon squeezy. So, let's talk about this. Well, that shouldn't be 171. That should be 1715. Give me 2 seconds here. Apologies. Boop. 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 Get on out of here. Okay. So, Louis XIV becomes an insanely... The longevity of his reign is pretty wild. He becomes king at age 4. Yeah, wow, he's real old. He's 171. Louis XIV in 1643, he becomes king. He's 4 years old. He rules until 1715. He rules for 72 years. That's a long-ass time. Like a long-ass time. And so, eventually, Richelieu is going to die. And so there's going to be a guy... Oh, sorry, I see that I'm blocking this. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to make myself smaller. So this is where you're going to have Cardinal Mazarin, who's going to step in here. So he's basically the successor for Cardinal Richelieu. And he's like, okay, let's rock out with this. The problem is that Louis XIV, as a spoiled 4-year-old who becomes king, is not... He's not the most like, hey, I want to follow what this guy is doing. So, Mazarin, after Richelieu dies, all the nobles see this as an opportunity to go, oh, damn, let's try and take as much power as possible. Because the figurehead, because we know Louis XIII wasn't really the guy, it was Richelieu. The nobles are constantly trying to break up the amount of power that the figurehead, the monarch, has. And so Mazarin, his entire job is like, oh, God, he is putting out fires nonstop. Oh, the nobles are trying to do this. Okay, the nobles are trying to do this. Oh, let me go deal with this. Let me go deal with this. Let me go deal with this. And so because of that, he doesn't really get a ton done when you're just comparing here to Richelieu. And of course, we're talking about in generalities here. But the most important thing is that the nobles get very ambitious. And so there's starting to be these revolts that start to happen. And so the first one, because nobles are very, very pissed off now, because you also have to think about it, right? Some time has passed, and like they have kids and all this great stuff. And nobles start turning around and go, we have a lot less power than we used to have. And now this guy's dead. So now we should have all that power back, right? So what winds up happening is there's a court that, again, we're not going to get like super into the weeds here. Dino, appreciate you. There's this thing called the Parliament of Paris, right? And it's basically this giant court that exists in France. And they are very pissed off with how things are going for the central figurehead, for this absolute ruler. And so they really push it. So there's a couple of different revolts that happen. The first one is going to be over taxes. We'll see this again. Young, appreciate you. Taxes are a big old problem. And so the nobles literally rise up and they start revolting. It eventually does get put down. And then there's the second one that happens. And that one is very violent. And that is not just about taxes. That's actually about the power of the king. And they go, I don't think they should have this much power. And it's violent. And while it is eventually put down, and Louis XIV is successful in putting it down, he never, ever forgets this. Because this is happening when he's a kid. So he is seeing these rich nobles that are trying to storm, they're violent, they have weapons, it gets put down, but he's now watching them going, these same nobles who, however many years ago, attempted to overthrow the government, are you gonna trust them ever again? Because these are like powerful families, right? And these are core memories. These are formative years where you're a kid growing up and these families are trying to nay. And so, what does he do? He builds Versailles. So Versailles, if you've ever seen the Palace of Versailles, right? It's this big, beautiful thing. It's not always like that. Like before that, it's a hunting lodge where it's like, oh, the king would go, they go out and they go hunt and they do all these great things. And it's just like, all right, and then I go back into Paris and that's it. But Louis goes, well, I don't want to live in Paris because that's where these families are living. And this is where I have all these traumatic memories of these revolts. So, no. So he literally winds up moving the palace to Versailles. Because during one of these revolts, he's literally forced out of the palace. Not Versailles. When he's in Paris, he is forced out. These nobles are coming in with weapons. It's not going to be the first time. But they come in with weapons and they're like, ah! They're like, we want to kill people. I'm not going back there. I'm not going to live there. I'm not going to be around these people. I'm going to go outside of Paris. Now, let me ask the million-dollar question here. Versailles goes from this hunting lodge to, if you've ever seen pictures of Versailles, it is massive, right? Massive palace. I mean, just the amount of money that gets poured into this thing is insane. Beautiful. The gardens are beautiful. They have, of course, the hedge garden, right? All this great stuff. Where does that money come from? There you go, Volkswagen. Taxes. We'll talk about who pays those taxes in a moment. Anonymous, thank you for the 20, right? And again, there is already debt that is being passed down to Louis XIV. So eventually, Richelieu dies, right? Mazarin takes over. Mazarin winds up dying in 1661. So a little less than 20 years later here. So Louis is what, like 22 years old? And so Louis XIV is now the guy. So he has all of these experiences from his childhood where, hey, these nobles coming on in, they're trying to like kill me, they're trying to revolt, they're trying to overthrow the government, not great. Now there's nobody whispering in my ear trying to convince me to do X, Y, and Z. I'm now the guy. And so, this is, gotta give him some credit here. What Louis XIV does, when we were talking about Richelieu and how he gives like all these jobs to the nobles, right, to go and do like work for the government, be civil servants, all that great stuff. He says, nope, no more. All those high-ranking aristocrats, all those high-ranking nobles, all those high-ranking rich folks, he goes, get out. And instead, he replaces them with lower-ranked nobles. Why? Why does he replace them? Control, sure. loyalty, right? Those people who were down here, they weren't the most wealthy. They weren't the most high-ranking. Well, the king just gave me this high position here. I'm going to be loyal to you. You are my guy now. So he not only replaces all of those high-ranking officials that he saw as traitors, he then takes them all and he goes, hey, these low-ranking folks, you want to go live in a really nice palace, just like the nicest thing you've ever seen in your life? You want to come on over and live in Versailles? Okay, so all these nobles go, sure, no problem whatsoever. And now, all of these nobles who didn't have a whole lot, now have a whole lot. And now they're having fancy dinners, and there's dances, there's all this court life that's going on, and they're like, oh, this is the best! I didn't have a ton, and now I have all of this. I get to dance, and I get all this food that I would have never been able to have before. And while they're busy with all of the fanciness of court life, what aren't they doing? When I'm dancing, when I'm eating, when I'm wearing my crazy wigs, what am I not doing? I ain't plotting against you. Why would I? Oh, thank you so much, Louis XIV. Absolutely, let's go. And so Louis is able to rule for 72 years. They ain't revolting. And if you're Louis XIV, why are you keeping these people so close to you? Because now I can keep an eye on them. Now they're loyal to me. I gave them the positions that they are in. They're never gonna fight back. Anonymous, thank you for the 20. It is, that's what I'm saying, Colin. Like, it is fair play, man. It works. He gets to live a very long life and gets to do basically whatever the hell he wants. And also, when we go back to absolutism, is there really gonna be anyone that is going to challenge him politically? No. Uh-oh. So, because of that, he's able to do whatever the hell that he wants. So he is making every decision. Miles, thank you for the fiver. I mean, every decision. Foreign policy, Louis XIV is coming up with it. Domestic policy, Louis XIV is coming up with it. I want to go to war. Okay. I want to go invade here. Okay. Yeah, live to 76. That's old. That's old. He's able to do whatever the hell he wants. Tony, thank you for the fitting. Appreciate the hell out of you. So they basically become powerless. Now, I'm going to have you look at this picture for a hot second. Appreciate you, Miles. Oh, yeah. Bribes are favorite tip. Again, bro, when they have everything. They have everything they could ever want in the history of ever. Because it's like, okay, sure. Here, go and eat all this stuff. Go and party. Go and dance. Go and vomit when you're done because you've had too much food. You have nobles, and we'll get to this. Does that make the shirt thing better, by the way? I know I was tripping some people out. I can also, again, just go change the shirt. I feel like that looks a little bit better. You have people who are literally vomiting because they are engorging themselves in so much food. They have to eat the food, go throw it all up so then they can eat more food. And meanwhile, we haven't talked about them. Peasants are starving. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So, Louis XIV here. What do you see? What the hell is going on here? Those grippers. Donate $500 to Louis XIV's feet. Right? Wealth, sure. Very much calling back to some columns, right? You got some like ancient empires that are calling back to, right? Kind of golden crown. A lot of imagery that's going on there. Holding fire in his right hand. What does he look like? A god. So imagine you are one of, I'll throw in peasants there, but imagine this is very early propaganda. This is the kind of stuff that's coming on out. Don't worry, we're going to talk about Louis XVI, which is going to be fantastic. There's some propaganda that's going to come out for that. But he's being portrayed as a literal god. And all the nobles that are with him in Versailles, they are treating him like a literal god. Absolute authority. Literally can do whatever he wants. And also, it puts you above everybody else as well. Like this kind of imagery here. So again, you have all of this court life. We're at 256, 767. All of this court life that is just excess. Oh, there's just so much. The amount of food, the amount of wealth. If you've ever seen Versailles before, it is beautiful. But he would have nobles come in and like grovel at his feet. And they'd be like, thank you let me beg for this next thing, please. That I can be here, for court life, for trying to get this non-stop groveling. They are worshiping him. Because he is literally, I will give you everything or I will take everything away from you. He is the sun god. So, legitimately, you have the richest and most powerful families who are now groveling at Louis XIV's feet. And the folks who have been kicked out, they are just trying to get back in with him. They are just trying to, hey, can I get in your favor? Please. Can I please just get a little bit of something? Can I have an estate? Can I have some land? Can I have the... So Richelieu centralizes that government there. Absolutism. And now Louis XIV is going to take that foundation and he is going to take it real far. Why is that one guy looking at us? He knows what you did. He knows what you did. Are there any questions so far? Any question? I'll explain the crap out of it, man. Of course. And it works! That's the thing, too. It works! It works. Rules for a really long time, man. 72 years for a monarch is a real long time. Real long time. It's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah, I'd say it's a win. But again, you have to think of what's coming to follow, right? Because you're going to have to look at what else is happening in France during this time period. Elliot, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Can I eat in class? Sure. Again, just more imagery here. So you're going to have, again, him portrayed as a god, as this almighty figure, as this person who at sometimes is not even human. They call him the sun god. And this is not like, oh, we're going back into BC times. Nay, Paul, Thank you for the fitting. This is in the 1600s. It's not that long ago. Yeah. Longest reigning monarch, baby. That's it. There's only one sun god. I'm Ross St. Brown. Yes. Okay. So what does he do during this time? I have to pee really quick. I'll be right back. I'll change the shirt too. I see it's bothering some people. So I'll be right back. I'll change it into it's super small, so it's looking super weird. I got you, fam. All right, so we'll do this. I got pee anyway, so this works. I'll do that so you can see that. Be there. Too early for nationalism, not what you would think it's going to be. Nationalism's not like the hyper-nationalism that you will see. Zachary, thank you for the fitty. All right, be right back. Stretch time. We've been doing this for a bit, so hot second. Break. I'll change the shirt too. All right, bathroom time. Woo! This shirt is not freaking out. Better? I could already see that it's better. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're rocking. We're rolling. All right, let's see here. Let's put this here. Better? Excellent. Good. We're rocking. Okay. Oh, sorry about that. Had to go. And also, we changed the shirt, so hopefully it's all good now. Okay. So, during this time period, someone mentioned the National Assembly, which becomes very important during the French Revolution. It's not the National Assembly yet. That's not what it's called. It's called the Estates General. And when it comes to... Oh, it should be freely. Jesus. Where are all these typos here? Ay, ay, ay. Look at this. Feely. All right, there we go. When it comes to the Estates General, it's basically supposed to be this, like, pseudo-parliament where you're going to have a bunch of representatives from each estate. Again, we'll talk about this. Anonymous, thank you for the 50. Who are going to come together to talk about political issues. Louis XIII was like, don't really want to do that. Richelieu was, don't really want to do that. They, like, kind of talked every now and then, but it was very, very minimal. During Louis XIV, so for 72 years, he does not let them meet. He literally does not let them come together and say, yeah, let's talk about all our political problems. Exactly, Tom. First estate clergy, second nobility, third everybody else. We're over $257,000. Let's go. Let's go. So this is a... I always put this in here because I feel like this is a good quote, but it's also family motto of what the Bourbons are trying to accomplish. One king, one law, one faith. So, remember how I told you before, like Louis XIII and Richelieu, there's like these warring families that are going against one another, that are trying to take power. Stefan, thank you very much. Appreciate you. One of Louis's things that he is going to try and accomplish, especially the one faith aspect. The Edict of Nantes, again, we would have learned about this. We're going to kind of skip through this a little bit. But he basically removes religious rights from people in France, they're called the Huguenots, to worship freely. So it's basically like, yeah, this religion, not so much. So all those Protestant churches, all those Protestant schools, bye. And the Edict of Nantes, dude, I mean, there's a ton of history that surrounds that to lead up to that point because there is a lot of infighting that is going on. And he just says, yeah, no, we're not going to do that. It does become a big, big issue because it's literally religious persecution, right? So let me ask you, big question here. Why? Why does he want to get rid of their faith? The opposing faith. Why is that an issue? Anonymous, thank you for the 50. Oh yeah, all their money that they have too. Yeah, that's a fun one. That's a fun one. Only his is right. One law, right? We can't have opposing viewpoints. And if you want to go look back at what's going on in England, right? Oh man, when you get King Henry VIII in there, right? Woo! They're doing a whole lot of crazy things with religion. That's causing a lot of political upheaval. No, not different God. So just Protestant religions and also like when you're going like Catholicism, talking about Christianity, there's all those different branches because this is after the Reformation and everything. So this is after Martin Luther. So you're starting to have, folks who are believing more in Protestantism or they're going to be Lutheran, etc., etc. So he gets rid of the schools. He gets rid of the churches. You're going to see people who are going to flee from France, attempting to find some place where they can practice their faith. And this is a big one. This is an important one. There's a bunch of Huguenots that have a lot of money. Go to the US. Go to the New World. Why is it a problem when a whole bunch of people who do have a good amount of money leave? So actually, there's, if you go to SUNY New Paltz, shout out to SUNY New Paltz. If you go to New Paltz, there's Huguenot Street, which is one of the oldest streets in America. There you go, Huguenots. Amy, appreciate you. Thank you for the $5. Tax base affected. They can't be taxed. And you got a whole bunch of that money that was in France. Well, see you later. Uh-oh. Appreciate you, Jenny. Thank you, thank you. Can't tax them. And so again, you already have these economic issues that have been there ever since Louis XIII. And on top of that, Ramage, appreciate you. They're taking their money with them. Now you can't tax them, and you're building Versailles. You're building a literal palace where all of the rich people are gathering. That cost money. And now some people who could have paid some of that money in taxes, they're gone. Who's gonna provide the money? Vin, thank you for the hundo. Thank you very much, Vindy. In addition, and this is something that we talked about, we were talking about this yesterday, one of the things that they're able to do with the taxes, thank you, it is the poor. It is the, spoilers, it's poor people who are going to wind up paying this. And they are just going to get destroyed by taxes. One of the things that taxes are able to do for a centralized government is it's able to pay a standing army. It's able to pay the military. Because again, if you go way back to the Middle Ages, you're having lords, right? And they're the ones who are providing for knights, and depending on the lord, they can have a bunch of knights, they can have a few knights, whatever. Normandy, thank you for the hundo. Appreciate the hell out of you. France has one hell of an army. And you're going to see this when it comes to Napoleon, but even during this time, they have a standing army of 100,000 men. And when I say standing army, does anyone know what that means? What a standing army is? They're just standing around. Because, yeah, he completely disagrees with their religion. He practices a different religion. It's an active army. Yes, they're ready at any time. So at any time, Louis XIV can go, attack, 100,000 people ready to go. That's a large army. During wartime, you're getting close to 500,000. It's a lot of people, right? Just a question here. Do you think it's expensive to pay 100,000 people at any time? I'd say so. I'd say so. Right? Oh, well, where's that money coming from? Taxes. Oh, well, who's getting taxed? Do we see the repetition here? Do we see? And now, here's the larger issue. Louis XIV, we talk about Richelieu, he has like this really aggressive foreign policy. Louis XIV, yeah, he has the same ideals. He wants to expand France, he wants to expand his power, because when everybody's calling you the sun god and saying you could do whatever, shocker, people are going to try to do whatever. So he starts some pretty significant wars. And wars cost money. I know that's a shocker. They do. And you can see this, right? You can go throughout history, right? We could talk about, World War II and pulling, like, the United States out of the Depression because of all the manufacturing. That's all well and good. Oh, we're going to talk about that Spanish succession. But the problem is he starts these wars, and it doesn't really do a whole lot. They're not very successful at all. And on top of that, ask you $1 million question here. We're talking about this within France. Jab, appreciate you. How do you think other countries are responding to France? 100,000 men, 400,000 during wartime. Pat, thank you for the 20. And they see this sun god who is trying to constantly expand and start wars. They could build up their own army, sure. They don't like it, So with hostility, So what might they do? There's a couple countries that do not have the resources to have 400,000 people in their army. Prep for war. I mean, they do. They do wind up going to war. We're not at invade time just yet. Ooh, there we go, Ginny. Alliance. Hey, this guy's trying to, like, take over, like, other countries. I don't think we want that. Because let's just use an example. Let's use England. Why wouldn't England want France to take over other countries? Why wouldn't that? A little coalition action. I like that. Why wouldn't they want that? What? They be next? Balance of power? Because, oh, France is getting a little too big, getting a little too powerful. Uh-oh. So what winds up happening is not only does Louis XIV fail at a bunch of these expansion projects and try to, like, you know, take over a bunch of land, he doesn't really get anything, but he also creates alliances between other countries that are like, why don't we pump the brakes? You're not gonna get all of this power under our watch. So the reason that we're talking about this, and again, why this is important, because remember what the topic is, right? We're talking about the French Revolution. So why the hell do we care that Louis XIV is fighting all these wars and he kind of sucks at it? Why do we care about that? Because at the end of the day, this is still costing France a ton of money. And when the revolution will eventually break out, because it will break out, not only are you going to have responses within France because of the problems that are being created here, Anonymous, thank you for the fitty, but you're also going to see how other countries are going to respond not only to the revolution, but also to when guys like Napoleon take over. So this is starting to set the stage for what we are going to see. And Louis XIV, he's never going to see this. He is going to rule for 72 years. He's going to fail at a whole bunch of things, but his power is not really questioned, and he's going to die. Anonymous, thank you for the 250. So he doesn't really have to worry about this. But the people that come afterwards, the rulers that come afterwards, the people that have to pay for this, because Louis XIV, he doesn't really care about managing the debt. Because he's turning around and going, I want that. Okay. I want to go attack them. Okay. Oh, we lost all this money. All right. Uh-oh. That's the next king's problem. That's it. All right. So one of the... let me just make sure. I don't know if I included this one in here. Let me just see. Okay, I do. I just wanted to make sure I talked about Spanish succession. Okay. So let's talk about things that are going to really start to get into the French Revolution here. So during the time... let me see here. I don't know why this is getting cut off a whole lot. Give me 2 seconds here. Un momento, per favore. Let's do this transform. There we go. That should be a little bit better. This just says third estate where I'm here. That just says third estate. Not missing anything. Here, appreciate you. Butzel, thank you. All right, so this is going on. This is predating Louis XIV. So at this time, you have what is called the Three Estates, and I know some of you were already talking about this in the chat. The Three Estates is basically how the population of France is broken up. In the first estate, on my head list, so I don't have a head. It happens. All right, you know that says third estate, right? I think we're gonna be okay with that. I think we'll survive. 257,680. Appreciate you. We're almost at $260,000. Thank you. The first estate, this is the Roman Catholic clergy. So some of you are asking about, well, why is he going after these Protestants? Conflicting religions, right? So Louis XIV, rocking with the Roman Catholicism. This is a very, 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 very small percentage of the population. Anonymous, thank you, 15. Tom lost his head. Foreshadowing indeed. So it's a small part of the population. They do have a good amount of power. And just like we see a lot today, do churches have to pay taxes? Nope. They own about 10% of the land. They collect tithes, they get rent, they get a whole bunch of other fees. So economically, they're doing pretty well. They're not doing too bad for themselves. Okay? So, under Louis XIV, oh yeah, sure, sun god, do whatever you want to do. You start to have individuals within the First Estate that are going to start getting more and more wealthy. And I know the first thing you're going to say is, Tom, the church being corrupt? I don't know about that. And I know, I hear you. Anonymous, thank you for the 25. I get it. But if you look all around Western Europe, there is plenty of examples of religious institutions, including the church, that, yeah, things are not so good. You know, when they're selling indulgences to people going, well, if you pay a certain amount, it forgives your sins and you can go into heaven. Yes, I know. Shocker. This is not a commentary on any religion. I do not care. But the institutions and the people that make up those institutions, they are not always doing the right thing. And again, they don't have to pay taxes. So they own 10% of the land. They're getting wealthier. And they are not contributing to taxes. Okay? Let's move on. Yeah, exactly. Reformation. Martin Luther. Hey, this kind of sucks. Paraphrasing. Here's 95 reasons why this sucks. When I was teaching back in the school that Maya and I worked at, I had students create their own 95 theses about the school that they were in. Oh my God, the freshmen. It's near the end of the year. And the freshmen loved it. It was one of their favorite lessons because they just got to complain about the school. They felt better afterwards. But it also helped them understand like what Martin Luther is complaining about, right? Gonna make a religion out of this. So then, let's go to the Second Estate. This is your nobility. These are your rich and wealthy, powerful families that we've been talking about almost this entire time. Very important. This is less than 2% of the population. Tiny, who have a ton of money. They are controlling the vast majority of wealth that is in the country. When we were talking about the Huguenots, because again, they were part of the Second Estate, and then they wind up fleeing France. They gotta get the hell out of there because they're being persecuted for their religion. Can anyone answer how come they're not paying taxes? How come they're not paying? Corruption? Never. Bribes? Sure. Military service? Sure. Also, a lot of these nobles, right? They're in with Louis XIV. So Louis is just like, oh yeah, sure. You're good. You're rocking. Only because God said so. Oh, hold on there. Only Sun King can say that. Huh? Louis XIV can't go against him. But these folks are holding these government positions, whether it's in the military, right? And they have a large military. Whether it's in the government, whether they're in Versailles. Some of them are hanging out on these country estates with all of this land. And they control the vast amount of wealth that is in France. So, just checking in at home here, just tallying up some numbers as we raise money for charity. The First Estate, you got about 1%. Okay. The Second Estate, by the way, the First Estate, making some money. The Second Estate, making the vast majority of the money, they're less than 2%. Then there's the Third Estate. And if we're just keeping track at home with math here, the Third Estate comprises of nearly 97% of the population in France. And what makes this a little interesting is that they're usually, when we talk about the first, second, and third estate, clergy, nobility, everybody else. That means people who are doing pretty well. So these merchants, these owners of like these factories and industries, like they can be making pretty darn good money, right? They're not as wealthy as the second estate. They're not born into these wealthy families or anything like that, but they're doing pretty well. So yeah, the sans-culottes, the artisans, right? And your workers, they're not doing the worst for themselves. Okay. And peasants. The way that this is labeled, I always appreciated. Poor with little hope. One of the things that there is not a whole lot of at this time, if you were in the third estate, is the idea of social mobility. Of, oh, rags to riches. I can pick myself up from my bootstraps, right? Thank you, Leif. And I can go and I can become a noble. Ha! There's not a lot of that. And so if you are born a peasant, chances are you're going to die a peasant. And while there are some folks who are doing okay, right, who are bourgeoisie, they are owning these factories, they're employing some of these peasants, right? The vast majority of these people have very little. So there's a video I used to show in class, and it's about the history of like consumerism, and they mention France. Like there would be, if you wanted to get like a washcloth or something like that, you might have like one or two of those in your life. You're not going out and spending on anything lavish, but lavish is like really pushing it there. You're not really able to buy anything except the bare minimum to keep you alive. And again, there are 100%, there are some exceptions. These folks who wind up like owning factories and like they build up their industries, 100%. I don't want it to be like, oh, this never happens. But the vast majority of the time, anonymous, thank you. No public safety laws? No, there's none of that. No, we don't care about any of that. Oh no, they lost their hands? Oh well. That was basically the idea behind that. They did not care. So, to give you an idea here, right? This is some of the land expansion that France is able to do. No free healthcare. We are not going to get into the weeds here. Oh, hold on. So sorry. I forgot one really important thing. Sorry. I got to make sure that this is very clear. They're not paying taxes. They're not paying taxes. Everybody in the third estate is paying taxes. So if you're a peasant, you don't have much to give. If you're part of the artisan and worker class, you might have a little bit more to give, but if those taxes go up, uh-oh. And then even when you are some of the more powerful folks in the third estate, like those factory owners who are like, hey, what the hell? And your taxes are going up because you make the most money in the third estate. And again, I am just going to drill this home. The first and second estate are not paying taxes. True, thank you. Everybody in the third estate is going to be pissed. And it's 97% of the population in France. Not a great recipe for success. Not the best. Third estate has representation, so what's the problem? Except when the Estates General does not meet. I just want to show you this here. So this is, we're going way back. So we're going even before, Louis. this is the expansion of France through different campaigns. The only thing that I want you to see here is that they don't get a lot of land. There's not much here. Oh, look, Dunkirk. That'll become important later. They don't get much here. Right, and you can see dates that are on here. So you have like late 1500s, you have the middle of the 1600s, right? Early 1600s. They don't get a whole lot of land. And again, they are trying to expand and they're attempting to get more, and it's costing money and they're not getting a lot back for it. So we don't have to get into the weeds with this, but just wanted to show you what we're rocking with here. Okay, so remember when I told you that the economy is a problem? Which, I don't know, man. I don't see the problem here. When you're just saying, hey, let's have the poorest of the poor have to pay all these taxes and our richest people not have to. It's totally fine. And again, this is something that if you took Global 9 and then you're taking like AP Euro or even Global 9 and Global 10, this is not new. This is not, France is not the first place where you had a ruler do whatever the hell they wanted and you have this gap between rich and poor just grow and grow and grow and grow from generation to generation to generation. This has happened throughout history. This is one of the major reasons why the Roman Empire eventually falls. You have so many people that are homeless and living on the streets in Rome. By the time that it falls, again, this is not new. None of this is new. But talk about history repeating and rhyming and all that great stuff. People don't care. People are not looking back at history. And if you're an absolute ruler, and we got to give Louis XIV some credit, why should he care? Oh, out of the kindness of my heart, he gets away with it. This man rules for 72 years, and he lives better than any peasant in France could ever dream of. He gets away with it. And then he dies. And he's like, all right, not my issue. So, Colbert I'm going to talk about for a hot second. Again, we're not going to get like super duper into the weeds with Colbert. But Colbert, he's trying, God help him, he is trying to expand and try and make the economy of France a bit better. Bless his heart. He is really, really trying. He is trying to increase the amount of income that is coming into the country, that is coming into the government, and he's trying to make this economy just a bit more consistent. And so he does things like, for example, he has tax breaks for domestic manufacturing. So if stuff is made inside of France, he goes, hey, guess what? If you're making stuff inside of France, you're going to get a big old tax break because that's going to incentivize all these factory owners to make stuff in France because they're going to be able to save a whole bunch of money. Anonymous, thank you for the $5. And again, most importantly, they're the ones who are paying the taxes. And so Colbert's like, you know what? This third estate who's paying all these freaking taxes, maybe they'd like some tax breaks. Oh, that's really nice. In addition, this is getting like really, really specific. He creates this thing called the 5 Great Farms, and it's basically this zone within France where free trade is allowed. There's no tariffs or anything like that. You're not going to be charged even more because it's incentivizing trade and it's bringing more money into France, right? And so because of this, there are some positives that come out of this. You're going to have roads that are they're going to take the income that comes from this, and they are going to go, oh, these roads are going to be improved. The canals, they're going to start to be improved. But then Versailles is going to start to be improved. Oh. And the palace is going to start to be more and more elegant, and more money is going to start to pour into Versailles and the government. And again, Who is going to pay all of those taxes? It's the third estate. Uh-oh. So this is why, because we haven't even gotten to French Revolution yet. We're not even close. We're a little bit closer. We still got to talk about the War of Spanish Succession. But all of this context matters. This is Age of Absolution. But these are the consequences that you see sometimes. It's 100 years later, but you will see these consequences. And this happens generation after generation after generation. Uh-oh. More tax on the third estate or no taxes on the first and second? No taxes on the first and second. None. So anytime taxes are going to start to go up, the third estate is going to be taking the burden of that. There's Colbert. I always like to show a little image of Colbert. He's trying. He's trying. And again, it works for a hot second. Mouth the War of Spanish Succession. You mean this War of Spanish Succession right here? Yeah, I got you. So, let's talk about this for a hot second. Again, we won't get like super duper into the weeds here. But Louis, in an attempt to gain more power, in Spain, there becomes an issue with who is going to ascend the throne. And there's a good old power vacuum. And so Louis goes, hey, my grandson, Philip V here, I think he should be the ruler of Spain. Why is this a problem? Why is this an issue? Oh, nepotism, who cares about that? Why is this an issue? It's right over there, Spain, France. It's right there. It's right down the block. That's right there. Yeah. Why is that an issue? Not fair. Balance of power. Free and fair elections. That's not a thing. That's not happening. Yeah. No. The issue... Thank you, Skinny. It's gonna give France a ton of power. Because if Louis is on the throne in France and Philip is on the throne in Spain, guess what? France just got more power. Because they're, oh, hey, grandson, do this, is it? Done. Uh-oh. Not great. So, this is a big shocker here. Because what winds up happening, just, again, we got War of Spanish Succession, you could spend a lot of time on this. It's a really fun topic to talk about. This goes on for 13 years because you have Charles II. He's the last Spanish Habsburg king. He winds up dying. And basically, after this and him trying to get his grandson on the throne, I know monarchs trying to consolidate power. I know. The English, the Dutch, the Prussians, and the Austrians go, yeah, no. And guess what? War were declared. Little Futurama. So this goes on until eventually there's the Peace of Utrecht that comes out, which allows Philip V to actually be the monarch in Spain, but it specifically prevents them from consolidating power with France. So just because your grandson's on the... So they fight this thing for like 13 years. And it's like, hey, Philip eventually takes the throne, but you guys can't work together. And if you do, we're going to do this again. Exactly. No personal union. On top of that, the Habsburgs, who are all pissed off because the Habsburg jaw, again, that's a whole different topic. They gain a bunch of territories too. Prussia winds up rocking out. This is also why England has Gibraltar. So Gibraltar, the big rock, there's lots of monkeys that hang out over there. This is why, because of the War of Spanish Succession. So the problem here, that I think they get some territories in North America too. This is going to span out to other issues as well. But the big issue that we are going to talk about, and the one that's really interesting for us and the topic that we're about to talk about, is debt. It is debt. And so, all of these unsuccessful wars, trying to get my grandson on the throne, now there's a whole lot of money that is owed once again. I can appreciate the hell out of you. Not ideal. So, again, this is way in the weeds, and this is like getting way into other things, but there's some other things I wanted to mention on this slide. France, after this, is virtually bankrupt. Roughly about $3 billion in debt, which I know you're just like, we owe trillions today. Yeah, well, this is way, way back. The Germans, they're not unified. It's a whole mess. I mean, the Holy Roman Empire is a mess, but yeah, the Germans, they're not even technically, they're not Germany. The Dutch are exhausted because the War of Spanish Succession is not fun. Spain is kind of like, okay, we have less power after this. And so what you start to see is some major power shifts that are starting to happen in Western Europe. Yeah, there's still the Holy Roman Empire. We just refer to Germans as the people Germans. The Holy Roman Empire is a mess for a while. We'll talk about that even when we get to Napoleon. But England and France, they kind of start to emerge as the major powers that are coming out of Western Europe. Right? England is the one who, really starts to make bank off of this. I always put this in here because this is a completely different topic, but when you start talking about ripples throughout history, Asiento, England is going to be the one that benefits greatly over this. When the slave trade really starts getting going, they are now able to sell slaves to Spanish colonies. And so because of that, while England is very, 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 very involved in the slave trade, they are able to make a ton of money. How are they able to make a ton of money? Oh, they just sell people. That's a different topic for a different day, but this is one of the things that comes out of Utrecht, the Peace of Utrecht, because now England is going to start becoming insanely wealthy. Insanely wealthy. Makes sense? At the end of the day, England, really, really powerful. France, powerful too, but they are also billions of dollars in debt. And things are not going well. Louis XIV is eventually going to die. Not so great. Not so great. We're at $257,780. And again, you could, Spain is still French. Yep, Spain, they got Bourbons in there. So Spain is going to take a big hit from this, not only because of who their new ruler is, but on top of that, economically, they are going to take a really big hit. So, with that, we are now finally at the start of the French Revolution. We finally made it. After all that, we started getting there. So, I'm going to go grab some more water real quick. Ginny, thank you for the 20. I appreciate the hell out of you. Austin, thank you for the $5. So, I know that this was a ton. Bullion, yes, bullion means gold, silver, what have you. After an hour and 40 minutes, yes. 7 Years' War, again, there are so many things that we can get in the weeds from. I'm trying to limit as much as humanly possible, but yeah, that's the start before we even get to we're chopping people's heads off. Honest, thank you for the fitting. Appreciate the hell out of you. Talk about the Boston Massacre? No, because that doesn't really play a whole lot into here. American Revolution does, don't get me wrong, but that exact event is not going to influence what we're talking about right this second. So, political right and left, I wouldn't say that, Janine. I wouldn't say that they're really the origin for that. It's just kind of the groupings of where they are. Because when you have 97% of the population that's just in one estate alone, it's not really leaning one way or the other, if that makes sense. Lazy, thank you for the fitting. Appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you. All right, I am going to go and grab some water super duper quick. Let me pull this bad boy up. We'll talk about the French Revolution momentarily. All right, the Counter-Reformation, how effective was it? The Counter-Reformation, the church is like, its hand is really, really forced to do that because they don't even really want to acknowledge it whatsoever. I think the damage is kind of done at that point. Oh, 9, thank you for the $5. It's somewhat successful, but they basically just double down on what they already wanted to do. The thing that makes the Counter-Reformation successful is they start leaning on folks like the Jesuits, and so they really start getting into like Catholic education. So then you have kids who are going to be brought up on this, and they're more less likely, to speak out against the church. I would say that's probably one of the biggest outcomes of the Counter-Reformation, because they still are just like, the church is going to interpret the Bible. You can't do it for yourself. Like, they're still the head of authority and all that great stuff. So, yeah, I don't think you're going to see a whole lot of that. But in education, they make a lot of movements. All right, I'm going to go grab some water, super duper quick. I hope you are enjoying this. I hope so. It's like 1 and 2% moon, so again, it's not like 100%, but yeah, you're having like between like 97, 97.3, somewhere around there. I hope we're enjoying it. I'm just gonna grab some water, super duper quick, and I will be right on back. All right, let's get this. Also, we've raised like, what was it, $257,000, something around there. I appreciate y'all. All right, let me put this here. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Yeah. All right, let me go get this. Be right back. Be right back. We'll see. This is basically when the lesson begins. Ugh. Exactly. We got the context. Woo! Anonymous, thank you for the 20. Everyone revolt against Tim? That's right. Get Tim on out of here. Get Tim on out of here. All right, I'm real quick, just because we are getting, we're literally about to like start this. I'm going to, don't tell him about the pin in his seat. Already have multiple in there. It's all good. I'm gonna pee real quick. I just got some water. I'm gonna pee real quick, and then we're gonna continue to rock. So, Alex, yeah, Louis the 15th. It's I always feel really bad because I really don't like to generalize and be like, this person is not really important, but in the grand scheme of things, Louis the 15th. We'll talk about him. I think we might mention him a tiny bit. Again, it's been a hot minute. Cloud, thank you for the $5. It's been a hot minute, but he does not do. It's not a lot. Yeah, Louis the 16th is where this is really going to start to pick off, and it's really just because he's so obtuse, indifferent, and unresponsive for a whole lot of what is going on in France. Yeah, his mistress is kind of one of the reasons why he's the most famous. So it's not a whole lot there. So, all right, I will be right back. I'm just gonna pee real quick, and then we'll jump into this. Yeah, Mr. Terry he's not gonna be here for like another 2-ish hours. I gotta be honest with you, I don't think we're gonna be done with this in 2 hours. So, yeah. I told you, this is a long lesson. We earned in that $250K for charity, so I appreciate you. I'll be right back. Right back. 6 o'clock, so I had to feed everybody. We had to feed the zoo. We're at $258,000. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Sorry, I had to feed the dogs, the cats. I had to do the whole 9. Interesting. Thank you for the $5. 258K. Let's go. Let's go. Love it. Love it. All right. The second half. Honestly, this isn't even really the second half. You're basically at the beginning. How long do you have? This is the start of the French Revolution. So I just gave you a whole bunch of context before this. So now we're gonna get crazy. So, hey, 49ers Glazer. There you go. Now you're gonna know some stuff. And again, just full disclosure, this is also like a high school level course. Yes, it is college within high school, and I am also glossing over some things. This is not a complete and in total depth detail of everything French Revolution, but it gives you the basic idea, and it's a very long lesson. So we're gonna rock. It is the prologue. It is. All right, we ready to go? Whew. All right, you can see this okay? Good. All right, so let's talk about the French Revolution. Let's get into this. So, when you start talking about causes, well, we just talked about a whole bunch of stuff, right? We talked about the First Estate, we talked about the Second Estate. Majority of the First Estate, they ain't paying any taxes. The Second Estate, not paying really any taxes. And the Third Estate, you have these factory owners all the way down to peasants. They are paying the vast majority of the taxes. And so anytime taxes are going up, they are the ones who are going to get clobbered by them. So we kind of, I think we've covered that at that point. We also talked about the overspending in wars. So you have Louis XIV, who attempts multiple campaigns to increase French territory and also to expand his power. They don't really work, and they don't really get a whole lot for it, as we just talked about with the War of Spanish Succession. And so, because of that, they are billions of dollars in debt. On top of that, while this is going on, court life is extremely lavish. It's extremely expensive. And folks' taxes are going to that. In addition, billions. And one of the things is too, and I kind of mentioned this a little bit. Louis XIV, when he moves the center of French politics and government to Versailles, that also has an impact on the general population, because your ruler, your king, is also probably the least accessible that they have ever been. And so if you have a complaint, let's just say you're one of these factory owners, right? If you have a complaint, it's not like you can go knock on Louis's door and be like, hey man, right in Paris, there's not really a lot of outlets for that. Now, there's two things that we did not talk about. One is the American Revolution, right? We're going to talk about that in a hot second. But the other, and the first one, is the Enlightenment. Now, I thought about it for a hot second, going like real far back, but I mean, that is an entire topic in of itself, and that takes a really long time. And I mean, this would be like a 10-hour lesson if that was the case. So the Enlightenment's taking place late 1600s, around 1685, is going into the early 1800s. Anonymous, thank you for the tenor. Does anyone have any idea what the Enlightenment is? Maybe you remember from high school. Yeah, that's a whole unit. So, thanks for the free history lesson. You're welcome. There you go. Anyone give me some ideas what comes out of the Enlightenment? Investigation into scientific thought, sure. Scientific revolution comes around there. Philosophy, sure. Absolutely. Free thinkers, Voltaire, Locke, yup. Reason, logic, science, spreading new ideas, more science-based and less religious-based, absolutely. Who is making up a lot of these philosophers at the time, which, by the way, happening in France? what social class is making up a lot of these philosophers, right? Upper and middle class folks, and a lot of it is upper class, basically a lot of nobles, right? And this is always interesting. Whoa, Anakin said it. Natural rights. Hold on to that one. Hold on to that very tightly. The reason why I have to mention why the Enlightenment is a good amount of rich folks who are coming up with these ideas is because a lot of these rich folks can afford to sit around salons all day and talk about philosophy when peasants are, working. So, not saying that it's not important or anything like that, but it's important to note because there are some folks who are in the third estate who are part of this. But the most important thing that is coming out of Enlightenment about what we're talking about here is the idea of natural rights. You do have a little bit more free thinking. And again, this is happening 1600s going into the 1800s. This is going on for a while. So this is evolving. And while these ideas are not widely spread to the point where like everyone's like, I have natural rights, it is at least those ideas are floating around. So I'll give you an example. Some Enlightenment, pre-Enlightenment thinkers, right? You have like John Locke. He's got to be up there. So thinks about the government kind of like as an umpire, in that they're just calling balls and strikes and saying, hey, these are when folks' rights are being violated. And so he's the guy who is, hey, everybody has certain rights that they are born with, these natural rights, just as being alive and being a human being, right? We take that and go life, property, like a pursuit of happiness, right? He throws in property and is like, yeah, you have the right to that too. And tell that to the peasants. Panthers, thank you for the 20. But these ideas are passed down. And again, especially amongst the rich who are talking about it, this becomes important. You got Voltaire, you got Rousseau, who are coming up with these saying society is the one that is changing people, but people are born naturally good. There's some people that go tabula rasa, which is John Locke, that people are born as a blank slate. But basically, it's philosophy about people, right? Who are people intrinsically when they are born? Are they good? Are they bad? Philosophy, have a nice day. We're not going to go down the complete and total wormhole of that, but these ideas are floating around, and it's important because they are one of the reasons why you are going to have the French Revolution. And someone just mentioned there, Michael, excellent, social contract. Does anyone know what the social contract is? Social contract. Social contract is a good one. It is a good one. The idea of the social contract. Because it's Rousseau. Good old Rousseau. There we go, Casey. What society government owes citizens and what they owe in return. Excellent. So it's basically this idea, right, that if you are a person and you want to be a part of society, so let's just say, for example, you want to participate in their education. They want to participate, I was thinking of the 20, you want to utilize their roads. You want to utilize anything that society has to offer. Then you have to give up some of your freedoms and general will to the general society in order to participate in that society. However, very important here, however, thank you, Don, the government and society, I'm going to say this really loud, they owe you stuff too. If I'm giving up some of my rights to participate in society, then society needs to give stuff to me as well. And it's a give and take. And so, when one of those things is not met, let's just say, for example, if I want to participate in society, but I go around and start punching people in the face, guess what? I'm going to lose some privileges in that society. However, when a government does not fulfill its end of the bargain and giving things to people that they have earned in that society with their hard work, their labor, giving up their rights, then there is a breach in the social contract. Those are the kind of ideas that are coming out of the Enlightenment. Because, yes, you can make arguments throughout Western European history that there are other ideas. Like, philosophy is not a new thing, right? I mean, you can go back to ancient empires and all that great stuff. But focusing more on the, I'm using modern in quotation, when we're talking about France at this point, and it's stemming in France, and it starts in France, Perna says, my philosophy is gluttony. Well, there you go. Social Security. That's a great example, right? So that's social, I pay into Social Security, so when I retire, I'm going to get a whole bunch of money back, right? That is a very specific example, and that's financial and all that great stuff. But in terms of the social contract, it's like, hey, I want to participate in society. Here's what I can and can't do, right? And here's what I'm going to give up in order to participate in society. And this is what I'm going to get back in return. And there has to be that bond, because when it's not, we got a breach here. The American Revolution. Why is the American Revolution one of the causes of the French Revolution? It happens a whole ocean away. Who cares? It happens a whole ocean away. Why does this have any impact? Inspires it? How? How does it inspire it? It's all fake, Perna. I'm AI right now. That's it. Supported the Americans. Why? Why does France support the Americans? Why? Why? Why do they support it? Why do they care? To hurt England. This is one of my favorite things throughout European history. The beefs that countries have with one another. France is like, oh, like, we're kind of broke. We don't really have a lot of money. And the Americans are like, oh, well, we're revolting against England and it's going to really piss them off. Okay. Bet. Say less. Obviously generalizing a whole lot, but it's pretty fantastic. The beef is 100% there. Just doing it for the love of the game. It's on site. So they're exactly. It's not necessarily supporting America, which is nice. It's a really nice idea. It is very much opposing England. They hate England. It's also going to make England weaker. And what we were talking about before, when you have these two major powers that are starting to emerge out of Western Europe, being France and England, any chance to take a shot at England, France is going to take it. And so because of that, the French, they go and help the Americans. Now, I want you to clear your mind for a second. Imagine you're a French soldier, you go over, you help the Americans against the British, huzzah! You're able to defeat the tyranny of a monarch. No taxation without representation. I went and fought. I know people that died to go and protect these ideals so that the American colonies can flourish. And then I'm going back home. I'm in France. My taxes are a bit high. The States General really hasn't met and talked about any political issues. Our king, I mean, I think things aren't great there. And so, you can see very easily why you are starting to have revolutionary ideals where you are having France, actually support this. Not only with troops, but with money. They're invested. Yeah, they've been over 100 years. That's generations. And now they come back over to France and are like, well, wait a minute. The Americans fought back again, and we have... Things start to come together just a little bit. Just a little bit. So, these are like, if you've ever taken a Regents or an AP exam, these pop up. I'll move myself for a second. These pop up. Where is it? This guy? These images pop up all the time. I'm going to hide myself for a second. I'm gone. What is going on here? You've probably seen these in school. Senior all over again. What's going on? Good old political cartoons. I vanished. I'm gone. What is being depicted here? You got your three classes, right? So here, you got your nobility, you got your clergy. What is going on here? What? Carried by the poor. Third estate doing all the work. Who bears the burden? Literally, same ideal here, right? You got the clergy, you got the nobility being carried by the third estate. So, just to ask, Aegon's almost there. If you are a member of the third estate, and if you saw images like this, how would you feel? Not being treated well. Yeah, Marty. Thank you. Well. Bad. That's true. Angry. Not happy. No bueno. Pissed the hell off. Why are we doing all the work and we are getting literally no benefit from it? Uh-oh. Sounds like the social contract's getting broken. Just a little bit. And when we're talking about Enlightenment ideals, one of the big things that the Enlightenment does is it questions this idea of classes at all. Because when you have folks like John Locke who are saying, hey, when you are born, you're not what you are born with. Nobody can take this away from you. Life, liberty, property. The United States, they take a look over there and they're like, all right, we won't copy your homework. We go pursuit of happiness. But John Locke goes, hey, these are natural rights. And every single person deserves these rights. And so when a government either takes those rights away, or when a government doesn't step in when these rights are being violated, then we got issues. Then we have issues with that government. John Locke is English, yeah. So these are pre-Enlightenment thinkers, but these are the ideas that are floating around. Same with Thomas Hobbes. Thomas Hobbes goes the complete other direction. He goes, people suck. People are spoiled. People are selfish. You're just going to kill one another. You need a monarch. You need a Leviathan, an absolute monarch, to control the whims of the people, because otherwise it's going to be pandemonium and chaos. Different ideas. But when we start talking about natural rights, we're not saying, hey, the people that deserve rights are the folks in the first estate, or the people who deserve rights are in the second estate. He's saying people deserve rights. Everybody, regardless of what estate you're in, regardless of what class you're in, you deserve natural rights. Well, this goes against what's happening in France. Anonymous, thank you for the 20. So, again, just different images, same exact things, right? Third estate being crushed by the other two estates because, yeah, Marat wrote about that from a bathtub. We do a whole separate reading about him. But, yeah, these ideals of, wait a minute, how can the Enlightenment be, like, birthed in France, and then we have a government that is actively violating these natural rights? And one of the important things is, and we'll talk about volcanoes in a second, one of the important things is that people in general, and this goes throughout history, it doesn't matter what country we are talking about, people take a lot, like a lot, for a long time. And there's usually we'll talk about volcanoes in a second. There's usually a few things that snap a class and go, okay, we're not doing this anymore. And one of those things is when people can't eat. Because, again, there's so many examples that you can take from history. We talk about Russian revolutions, you can talk about Haitian revolutions. Like, there are so many different revolutions that even American Revolution. Someone mentioned the Boston Massacre before. Mike, thank you very much. Well, it is part of the American Revolution, right? It's not the straw that broke the camel's back. There are multiple things that are happening for a long time that go, you know what? Nope, this is the breaking point. And one of those things happens to be food. When people can't eat and when people are starving, that's when we have a little bit of an issue. I love this image. Yeah, we'll talk about that, Bronwyn. We'll talk about that real quick. What's happening here? By 1789, a French worker's daily wage, 88% of it went to bread alone. Shackles broken. Uh-oh, we got guns down here. We got guns down here. Uh-oh. The third state awakens. Breaking the chains, going for weapons. These people look kind of afraid. But again, you got like 97% of the population. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. Okay, let's talk about volcanoes real quick. I always like to mention this volcano because it's it's kind of, I find like it'll never be asked on an AP exam or anything like that. But this volcano, does anyone know where this is? Mountain go boom. Mountain go boom. Anyone know where this is? Little, you got it. It's in Iceland. It's in Iceland. So there is this volcano. Technically, it's a fissure. It's Laki. And it is one of the reasons why there is the French Revolution. It's not the reason. I know a guy who likes Iceland. So, what winds up happening in Iceland, so this is it's 1780, it's the early 1780s. I want to say 2 or 3. So don't quote me on that. It's one of those. I'm pretty sure it's 83, I think. But basically, this volcano explodes, and it causes a whole bunch of issues to the environment to the point where you have these massive clouds of things like sulfur dioxide that go up into the atmosphere, and it causes some significant weather problems. This is a true story. And because Iceland is not like the furthest away from France, this is going to impact crops. June 8th, 1783. Oh, we got 1783. There we go. It does. It gets cold. There is like this haze that is created in the sky that is impacting how a lot of these crops are going to grow. And so, all of a sudden, all of these things that have happened, right? Now, people can't eat. Because as was mentioned before, a peasant, if you were making money, right, any kind of money, almost 90% of what you were making was going towards bread. Bread was literally the diet for the vast majority of French peasants. Bread, because it was super cheap, right? You get some wheat, and you're able to at least sustain yourself. Are you gonna be healthy? Nope. But you at least can eat. But now, things are not so great. And so when you have bad harvests, because, there you go, lasted until February 7th of 1784. This eruption goes on for months. It's not just like, and then that's it. This goes on for months. And so, because of that, now people are not able to get the bread that is basically their entire diet. This is a fun one. Yeah, that's what so that YT, yeah, so sometimes you'll be told, like, that's what I was told. I did not learn about this until, oh boy. I want to say, I don't think I even learned about it in college. I think that I learned about this, I want to say it was when I went to an AP Euro class, because I had no idea. It was either an AP Euro class or literally was like the first time I went to Iceland. I found out about this because all I was told, Trey with a 5 undo! Boom. Hold on. Make sure I add the foot counter. Bam! Bam! Trey, appreciate the hell out of you. We are also raising money for charity too. We are, how much are we at now? Right there? Trey, thank you, thank you, thank you. Taught at the same time or same class. Exactly, DJ. I just never knew it was like a volcano in Iceland. I was just told that, thank you, Sam, there was a famine. Oh, like crops didn't grow. I always like putting this into because it just makes some more connections. So I love this political cartoon here, right? Substitutes for bread. Jean Valjean was getting food for like anyone but no in prison for 15 years. Yep. So I love this because you have the wealthy, right? They're sitting, there's so much symbolism in here. You have the treasury that the wealthy are sitting upon. They're eating things that are made out of gold. Look how they are portrayed. Royal turtle soup, right? Substitutes for bread, venison, roast beef, poultry, turtle soup. It's mocking them. Because, oh, you can't eat bread? There you go. Eat all this good stuff. Because that's what nobles are eating. That's what they're eating at court. They're having these luxurious meals. And I wish I could show you this scene from a movie, Louis, to show, like, dude, the amount of showmanship that is going on for, like, these royal dinners, the excess is insane. And I'm not, like, they force themselves to throw up. So they can make more room to eat more. And this is going on for a long time. And then people can't eat. And you see outside the window, purging was fashionable. It is true. People are starting to gather. Right? Yeah, Les Mis technically takes place over multiple, but this is post what we're talking about here. But yeah, Perna missed his era. He definitely did. So all of a sudden, this is going to become a major issue because there is going to be a wheat famine, and now there are going to be bread riots. Because I like to show the differences here, right? You're talking about the third estate, which is a mixed bag of people. Again, you have factory owners, you have artisans who are actually doing decently well for themselves. Then you have peasants who literally don't have anything. And when they can't eat bread, which is the staple of their diet, this is what you have going on in court life. You have hairstyles that are being made into sailboats, these insane dresses, again, these dances, these balls, all of these things. and you have people who can't eat bread. Not great. So again, you have all of these issues that we're talking about that are going on. It's not just like, a couple of years. This is going on for a really long time. This is going on way before Louis XVI ever takes the throne. But unfortunately, he doesn't do anything to fix it, and things get worse because people start starving. Not great. So, let's talk about Louis. And I'll move myself for a second. I'll move myself over here. Give you some fun facts that you won't find in your textbook here. So, you look at the but the stock market, of course. You look at the juxtaposition between court life and regular everyday life for a French peasant, and there are stark differences. Stark differences. Again, starvation, throwing up because you're eating too much. And just to give you an idea too, you have representatives coming in from other countries that write about this. There's primary sources that I give out to the students during this point, and they talk about, they're like, like the gluttony that's going on, and there's a ton of people who are starving and can't eat any food. So this is bad, and it is plain as day to see. So I have a few questions for you. One, why doesn't the ruling class do anything about this? This is very obvious. This is very, very obvious. You just have to look on out in Paris and you will see this. But why don't they care? Why? Greed? Sure. They have nothing to gain? Sure. Why would I? Sure. Ignorance? Sure. Too comfortable? Sure. Fighting for their own stuff? Sure. All of these. Or they're not even in the city. They're in Versailles. They're living in now a luxurious palace, so they are not confronted even with this. So, what winds up happening... So, real quick, before I even get into that, is it Mr. Terry? No, we're good. As time goes on, we have good old Louis XVI. Marie Antoinette, we'll talk about her. Marie Antoinette never says, let them eat cake. We all know, let them eat cake. And what does let them eat cake represent? Why is that such an enraging phrase? My head's cut off again, that's fine. No, she never says it. It's not true. She never ever says it. How out of touch they were, the disconnect from reality, right? Oh, they don't have any bread? Let them eat cake. Never says it. But if you are one of those people who's starving, you're getting real pissed off. Oh, they can't have bread? Why can't they have cake? They ain't eating no cake. And again, she never says it. Marie Antoinette is very, very young. And again, the thing that I like to talk about with Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette, they're indifferent. And indifference at this point in history means that, yeah, there's going to be some significant consequences. Because you're talking about generations of poverty, to combine that with now we're starving, we don't have any rights, all these things are coming to a head, and you have a very, very weak ruler. Louis XVI is no Louis XIV. He is not being portrayed as the sun god. And so he also represents, again, like I put there the old order. He represents what people start to hate. Because this now, let them eat cake, it's propaganda. So, to talk about that, real quick, yeah, she literally is a child. It's very, very true. Louis the 16th is like told by his advisors, hey, you should probably do something about this. Hey, you should probably do something about this. But he's like, nope, we're just gonna keep on going. Because it's gonna be the status quo. It's gonna be how it has always been. It's gonna be that old order. We're just gonna continue, and year by year by year by year, we're just gonna continue to go. I put down there at the bottom that, Lisa, thank you, they don't have kids for 7 years. Yeah, we're past 250K. The reason, again, this is, I don't think I ever found this in a textbook, but they don't have kids for 7 years. He does have fertility issues. He actually has fertility issues. He winds up having to get a surgery, and it winds up fixing the issue. But one of Louis XVI's hobbies is that he likes locksmithing. He likes picking locks. Just a hobby of his, because why not? There are rumors and good old propaganda and stories that start coming out saying that the locksmith can't find the keyhole and that's why they can't have kids. Which, whew, that's tough. That's tough. That's tough. That's a rough one. That's a rough one. But while that's sick burn, why does this matter? And it has nothing to do with even having children. That'll happen later. What's going to happen to their kids is not great. But why is this such an oof? Why is that makes him look weak? Who would they never say this about? This is what's a little bit more important, why we're talking about keyholes and stuff. Perceived weakness. He ain't no god. They ain't ever talking about Louis XIV like this. Cardinal Richelieu, let's go way, way back, right? You speak out against the government, you speak out against the king, I'm going to kill you. That's treason. People are laughing at Louis XVI. He's perceived as weak, ineffective, indifferent, and people are starving. We're getting rumors that, oh God, let them eat cake. People are furious. And I mean livid. Someone said good calf definition. That's it, right? Marie Antoinette. The propaganda about Marie Antoinette is significant. It's a lot. One, she's not from France, so right off the bat, there are going to be a ton of people that are going to have a problem with Marie Antoinette. You're not from here. I know, thankfully we don't have these opinions today. But automatically, there is going to be this perceived, you are other. And there's already going to be those negative connotations about her, right? And one of the biggest nicknames that she gets from the French is Madame Deficit. Back up real quick. Madame Deficit. Just spending and spending and spending and parties and luxuries, and she's not from here, and spending, and I can't eat. I can't feed my kids. I'm watching them wither away, and she's spending and spending and spending. So you can see very, very quickly why people start to hate her. And they do. They hate Marie Antoinette with a capital H. They cannot stand her. And this will be reflected by what happens to her. Okay, I can't show you this, unfortunately. This is Look Down. Good old Les Mis. Look down, look down. I highly recommend you go check out this clip talking about the woes of the French. But yeah, I can't show it to you, just copyright. But I always showed this in class. It was a great one. Just sing the entire thing. But important thing is, all these things are starting to come to a head. And now things are starting to get to a point where it's a problem. Saw it on stage. That's pretty dope. So, let's get into some of the politics of this. 1789 is gonna roll around. Louis the 16th, he needs money. Oh no! France is broke! The government's broke! Uh-oh! I know we're shocked. And so, he calls the Estates General. Anonymous, thank you for the 20. Now, the Estates General, as we mentioned, would be where all the estates, they have representatives that come together to discuss political issues. Right? They have not been called in over 100 years. Because Louis XIV ain't calling them. Call 877 cash now. Exactly. He ain't calling them. Because what did I say at the very beginning of this lesson? At the very, very beginning. Lisa, thank you for the hundo. Appreciate the hell out of you. If you are treating people poorly, and then you gather these people all in one place, what might happen? What are these people going to talk about? Hey, this is pretty terrible. Yeah, you know what? This is pretty terrible. Fast, thank you for the hundo. Oh, well, whose fault is it? So it finally gives the Third Estate, who has had no representation for like ever, it finally gives them an opportunity to come over and go, you know, this kind of sucks. Because the clergy, they don't pay any taxes. They're rocking. They're getting rich. The Second Estate, the nobility, a lot of them are doing okay for themselves. There's going to be some, we'll talk about this in a moment, there's going to be some that are not going to be happy with the king. Real quick, just because it is a little important here. When it comes to the nobility and the Second Estate, there are going to be a bunch of people who are going to side with the king. But there's also going to be members of the Second Estate that are going to side with the Third Estate. Why? Why are there going to be nobles that are actually going to be like, you know what, the Third Estate actually has some good ideas. They actually are, it's not too bad. Some are going to relax, yeah. Lafayette, there you go. Lafayette! They don't like the king. They want power for themselves. Remember way back when with Louis XIV, and he removes a whole bunch of the higher-ranking nobles and replaces them with lower-ranking nobles to basically pledge their loyalty to him? There are some nobles that are not very happy about that. This is years and years later, but those families are still around. There are some that don't get that great treatment from the king and the monarch. Maybe there's some fear there too. But there are going to be, because it'd be incorrect to say that the entirety of the Second Estate's just like, oh, we all suck and we all are going to benefit from this. There are going to be some that are going to be like, actually, they kind of have an idea. It's not bad. So, here, I thoroughly enjoyed the hell out of this. Each estate, listen carefully, each estate, when the estate general come together, has one vote. The first estate, with about 1% of the population, they get one vote. That's the clergy. The second estate, the nobility, they get one vote. About 2% of the population. John, appreciate you. The third estate, which has about 97% of the population, they get one vote. Now, what's the issue with that? What's that? The first two are always going to outvote the third? I don't know. The people not barely paying any taxes? You think they're going to gang up on the third estate? I'm shocked. Color me shocked. Yup. So, the third estate goes, well, we are the majority of the population. We want you to vote via head count. And shockingly, the first and second estate go, no. Jacob, thank you. No. Because obviously, the third estate would outrank them a cajillion to one. So, what winds up happening is you have all these grievances that are presented to the king, to Louis XVI. And this is when I mean he's just painfully indifferent. He does not respond well to these grievances. Because if we're going back to Louis XIV, the sun god, he would never listen to these peasants. Oh, who's telling me what to do? And the third estate is not very happy about that. So not only do they present their grievances to a king and are refused, but then they ask for representation. What revolution that the French aided in just a little while back, just smidge while back, that was about taxation, no taxation without representation, just, Oh, it's the American Revolution. Uh-oh. So we have a king that's irresponsive to our demands. We have no representation. We have all the taxation. So what winds up happening is the third estate says, fine, screw this crap. We are not leaving. And we are going to declare ourselves a national assembly because we represent the majority of the population. And this is where they take what is called the tennis court oath. And this is something that, if you've learned about the French Revolution, it is probably one of the main pillars of the early years of the French Revolution. And what the tennis court oath basically is, hey, we are going to band together as an estate, and we are never going to separate. We are never going to disband until a constitution is created for France. The tennis court oath is named that is because they're literally meeting on a tennis court that the rich pit they play on. So they say we are never going to separate. And so Louis thankfully does the right thing. Louis XVI goes, man, After all these years, how could I have been so wrong? How could I have been so misguided? Absolutism. All my people are suffering. I need to give back to the world and rescue my citizens. Nope. He turns around and goes, hey, I'll just get rid of the Estates General. I will disband all of this and we will never bring it back. So I just want to recap real quick. We're going to recap real quick. Louis XVI, after all this absolutism, after all this debt, after all the spending, Louis XVI just happens to be the guy that's next. And he goes, I'm out of money. Hey, citizens, why don't we come together? Because I need to increase those taxes. I need more money. Hey, if you're going to take more money from us, we have some serious issues. I don't care. Okay, well then, we're not going to listen to you anymore, and we are going to demand a constitution. Well, I'll never let you have representation again. The Third Estate already doesn't have any representation. So when I say ineffective, it's, I don't want to and also, we have our own judgments, but it's very difficult to call Louis XVI this evil, vindictive. I think he just doesn't care. You read you read about Louis XVI, the dude is I like locksmithing, right? We got these fancy parties, this is really cool, this is a grand old time. And he doesn't know how to rule. He doesn't listen to his advisors going, hey, there are some serious problems here. There are some issues, right? He's kind of, he's I don't even really want to do this, just want to, pick my locks all day, and just vibe, want to do that. But being indifferent at this time, it's the wrong time. And he just happens to be the guy in this situation. And now, you can't close the box again. You can't do it. Tennis court oath. He's just a birthday boy. That's a great way to describe Louis XVI. It's my birthday! That's a great way. That's a fantastic way. No, he's not really interested in ruling. It's so funny. There's so many folks throughout history who get in these positions of power who have zero interest. We were talking about Prussia for a hot second while I was going through the slides. And you have guys like Fitz who just want to they just want to read books. They just want to do that. They want to be a scholar. They want to be a philosopher. They want to do all, and they wind up making some big changes in society, which is really cool. But there are so many times throughout history where it is just the wrong person at the wrong time. And when you have an indifferent, incompetent, ignorant ruler, it's not good. We raised $258,983. Look at that. We're $17 away from $259K. Hey, we're raising money for undue medical debt. We're streaming until we raise $1 million. We hit $250,000K, and so because of that, we are doing a history lesson. It's long, but here we are. Sorry, Nicholas. Yeah, that's a whole different one there. Yes, and what happens to their kids? It's terrible, man. What happens to these people is pretty terrible. And while for me, it's a little tough to have, when we have to sympathize with a whole bunch of people. Zachary, thank you for the 10. American, thank you for the 17. Anonymous, thank you for the 17. When we have people who are suffering and starving and all of that, yeah, indifference is just not going to cut it, but you could understand. You could understand why people hate Marie Antoinette. You can see why people are furious with Louis XVI, because this has been going on since their parents and their grandparents. And as I mentioned, there's not a whole lot of social mobility. We're at 259K. I appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you. Hell, there's definitely zero empathy that's here. And so, now we got the Bastille. And again, I told you that they wind up making this oath on the tennis court, right? And you might go, why are they doing this on a tennis court, where rich people play? It's because when the Third Estate, when they want to get representation and equal voting and all that great stuff, they are locked out of the Estates General. They just lock the doors. They go, oh no, we're just not going to open it anymore. No, until you agree that we're just going to do the 1-1-1 vote. So they go, okay. And they just walk to the local tennis court and go, we're going to make this oath right here. We want a new constitution. Adam, thank you for the fighter. Thank you. So it becomes this iconic thing of, oh man, it's the people of France gathering together. We want representation. We want a constitution. Also, again, when we're talking about constitutions, those are flying around the world right now, and also in Europe, and of course in the United States. But man, oh man, is this, it's a turning point. And so now, I'm covering up the header, thank you. Sorry, I constantly have to move myself here. And so now, this is when we start getting into the deep water. The deep water. Here, Dash just burped. Here is the Bastille. So, what winds up happening, because again, we're talking about Louis XVI not being the most effective leader at bare minimum, there starts to be an increased military presence in Paris. And just for those keeping track at home, Versailles is outside of Paris. So they are making these decisions. They're not even in the heart of the city. So they're just like, oh yeah, let's just send more troops, right? Things are getting a little bit rowdy out there. A little bit rowdy. So he's making these decisions. He's agitating people even more. And the people are not very happy about this. Because let's put 2 and 2 together. You complain to the king. The king doesn't care. You have to go to a tennis court to say, hey, we want a new constitution. Shocker, Louis XVI is not going to be like, oh, sure, guys, you can have a constitution. Here you go. Let me limit all my power. He does not say any of that. And instead, you're having more troops in the streets. So if you are a regular day peasant, citizen of the Third Estate, what are you starting to think? The king is not listening to you, and there are more troops in the street. What are you starting to put together? Why is this going to upset you? Why is this going to be a problem? I do oversimplified. I haven't shown it in class. I've seen a couple of that. JR, sure. Nothing's happening. No, something's happening. How is Louis responding to all these grievances? Got a 300 on the site. Appreciate the hell out of you. How is Louis responding? Hey, we have issues with all this. Troops. What are you learning? He's not doing anything. He's literally responding with increased military presence. No! Because now not only are you not listening, but you're then sending people in with guns who are like, all right, let's just make sure everything's on the up and up. Let's just make sure. Ooh, a little veiled threat. Ooh. The good old Bastille. I also like putting that it was built in the Middle Ages. Why did I put that in there? That's a completely random fact. Why did it have to go in there? Why does it matter that it's in the Middle Ages? Galaxy, old regime, symbol of oppression. There we go. Now we're rocking. Yeah, it's a symbol of the old guard, right? Everything that Louis XVI represents, all just the gluttonous spending and eating and absolutism. And now you have this thing that stands out. It's built in the Middle Ages, and it looks it. Built of stone. It has been there for a very long time. And so it becomes a bit of a symbol for folks in the Third Estate and those who are very, very, very angry. So what do? They storm the Bastille. So it's a prison. So where they are keeping political prisoners. Let's crack you guys out of there. There are worries that they are going to get their hands on weapons. TJ, appreciate the hell out of you. And they wind up killing one of the commanders. And what they do is they put his head on a stick and they parade it around Paris. Now, quick poll here. If you're Louis XVI and you're chilling in Versailles and you just heard that a bunch of your citizens just stormed the Bastille, killed a military commander, that we're $603 away from $260. Appreciate you. And Pike, yes. And they chopped off his head and started parading it around the city. That's not good. It's not great. Looking out the window. What's going on there? Not very good at all. Hearing is also very different from seeing, too. So, this is very, 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 very important. When this happens, when they storm the Bastille, they chop off this dude's head, they parade it around the city. The National Assembly, the newly formed National Assembly, that now is saying, hey, we represent the people, we want a new constitution, they do not condemn this. They do not condemn this. What is going to be the consequences of that? Either go both good or bad. Sorry, not sorry. Troops, jail, escalation, sure. Yeah. Said it's okay to keep on chopping off people's heads and yeah, it's not saying them a lesson of like, hey, you can't do this. You're not able to do this at all. And so it's like, oh, well, if we're not getting yelled at, we're not getting reprimanded, okay. And again, think about it from Louis XVI's point of view. Think about it from the government's point of view, that you have the National Assembly who's like, oh yeah, they chopped off that guy's head. All right, let's work on this Constitution. Let's try to get this going on here. Legitimizing it. The tricolore winds up getting created, so you get a new flag that's going to be created. This is a whole lot of fun. By the way, real quick, James, thank you for the $5. Oh, James and James, thank you for the $5. Do you want to know a really, really random history fact? It's one of my favorite history facts, actually. Hold on. I'm going to pull up the picture. I don't know if I have it on this here. Okay, give me 2 seconds. I want to see if I can pull up this image that I'm thinking about. How do I spell her name? I think it's... Yes. Okay. Hold on. Okay. So, I can't find this image. Let me see. Fucking Bastille. Where the hell is this? Okay. So, let me show you this real quick. Real quick. Less than $600 away from $260. So, when they start parading, like this becomes a thing. When they start doing that, there's these things that are called death masks that are created, and the person that creates them is Madame Tussauds. So if you've ever gone to like a Madame Tussauds, like the wax museums, like in the history, like in the cities or in the, I think there's one in New York. There's one, if you ever, you know what I'm talking about? I've never been inside one, but this is where this comes from. This is where this originates from. Because they make like those wax death masks like out of executed nobles and everything. So if you've ever been, if you have no idea what I'm talking about, it's like a very famous wax museum where they have like all the celebrities made out of wax and stuff. So yeah, went to Orlando, New York City, Niagara Falls, Nashville. So there you go. That's a little fun fact of the day. So the tricolor is going to be created. I also, there is a scene that I would love to show you from Casablanca, which unfortunately I can't when they sing the national anthem. It's one of my favorite because that French national anthem, it goes hard. It goes hard. Oh, there's one in Australia. There you go. In London. There you go. I think that's actually where the first one opened. I think it was in London. But, like, she was an actual person. And, yeah, she was in France. So the tricolor. That's right. Armed citizens, baby. Let's go. You have the different colors of the flag. So you have the bourgeoisie. You have the clergy. The bourgeoisie, by the way, third estate. Also very, 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 very important, too. Remember I told you there's, like, different tiers within the third estate? Blood of Our Enemies national anthem. Mm-hmm. Oh, it goes hard. There is disagreement within the third estate. Kim, thank you for the $5. There is a ton of disagreement because you have to think about it. There's a ton of peasants, right, who are like, hey, can we have bread? And then you're going to have like factory owners who are trying to make, you know, these legislative changes. So the nobility is the red, clergy is the white. Sorry, I know I'm covering there. And bourgeoisie is going to be the blue. So there is infighting within the third estate. Do what you feel. Thank you for the 20. Appreciate you. But my question to you is, why is it so important that this flag is created and it's representing all three estates? Why is this important? Cryptic, there we go. There we go. Brad, good one. Equality, right? Equality is a big one. Unity. But as Cryptic said up there, you're starting to get into some waters of nationalism. Bit by bit. Casablanca is fantastic. And so when this starts getting flown around, and it's supposed to represent everybody, powerful messages, powerful art that's created. Anonymous, thank you for the hundo. Got the good old Bastille here. Good old representation. Good old Bastille. And again, like, it stands out. Like, pretty significant because it's built in the Middle Ages. So it's old. It's been there forever. I don't want to say it's an eyesore, you know, because that's subjective, but people know all about the Bastille. Oh, I do have that image. Look at that. BG, thank you, 20. Yeah, Madame Tussaud this is where she gets her practice. When they start executing some folks, she uses their heads to make a mold, and because they can't just they're not chopping off everybody's head. The red was the nobility, so it's kind of like the classic. I think it's the classic color of France or Paris. I think that's. Hold on one second. Because red in the tricolor. Okay, hold on. I don't remember why exactly that one was red. One of the traditional. I don't want to use that. Okay, yeah. Now it's like equality and social justice, but it was where they were going for. Not the clergy. The good God. Nobility. There we go. There we go. Red and blue are Paris. White is royal. Thank you. So, Madame Tussaud, where she gets her start. This is one of my favorite things here. What happens after a group of people storm a building, kill people, start parading around town with their heads on a stick, pike, whatever, and it's not condemned? What happens? It continues. It continues, and there is the fear of this continuing, because when it doesn't get condemned, we can go and do this? Give me 2 seconds. Gonna grab some more water. But this is called the Great Fear. So it doesn't happen for like the longest of times, but goes for less than a month. What happens in the countrysides of France, because when we talk about the French Revolution, a lot of times it just is focused on Paris, right? They're sort of chopping off heads. That's where all these government overthrows are going on, blah, 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 blah. Peasants in the countryside who are living on their lord's land and working the land and also don't really have anything whatsoever, they start attacking and killing the rich and killing their lords. And they burned their records of we have any feudal obligation to them. So they're basically like, oh, we're looking in the city. We're hearing about this. They're probably not looking. They're hearing about this. And now we should have rights. Yeah. One of the big comparisons I always make with this is actually with Martin Luther. So when Martin Luther, you know, he's getting the Reformation started, 95 Theses, the whole 9 yards. He talks about things like equality a bunch. And there are peasants, you have a giant German peasants revolt who go, yeah, we should have more. Let's start killing people to get what we want and to get more. And they go, Martin Luther is an inspiration to us because, yeah, we shouldn't be under, like, the boot of oppression and the church and the rich and the whole 9 yards. And Martin Luther goes, no, I'm not with them. He orders a whole bunch of princes to kill those peasants, and that does not end well. But again, similar outcomes here, that because you have this violence that is going to occur, and it's kind of like, oh, yeah, broad reaching, we should all be equal. That's what the National Assembly is fighting for. And also, yeah, there's these folks who are killing people, which we're not really going to say anything about. Oh, those go hand in hand. And so some folks in the countryside go, we're going to take things into our own hands. We're going to get out of our obligations, and we're going to start burning those documents and killing people who have been over us for a very, very long time. This is called the Great Fear. Because if you are a member of the Second Estate and you are one of those lords and you are one of those nobles, you are terrified. 97%, you remember the picture I showed you, right? The clergy, the nobility, they're very afraid, reaching for the gun, breaking the shackles. They are terrified. But we're getting closer. Bit by bit, we're getting closer. I'm going to take a hot second just to go get water, though. All right, I will be right back. Anything? Okay. Hold on. I do want to check something real quick. Hold on one second. Okay. Apologies. I was incorrect about the storming of the Bastille. There was the thought that there were political prisoners there. I remember this as I'm walking up the stairs. At the end, there's less than 10 prisoners that are actually in the Bastille, and there were no political prisoners, which kind of makes the storming of it look even worse. There was the thought that this is where there was thought that there were political prisoners in there, and this is where they stored political prisoners, but there weren't any in the actual building. It's a detail, but I remembered as I walked up the stairs. Didn't want to get that wrong, so apologies. But again, it makes it look worse, too, because then they just chop someone's head off, and it's not great. Not ideal. So, okay. Let's put this here. Give me 2 seconds. Okay. So again, Great Fear, big dono on the site. All right. Looks like we're pausing. Looks like we're pausing real quick. No. What we got here? Hold on. Hold on to the night. All right, let's see here. Oh, that's up to 118. Oh, damn. Lily Anonymous, thank you. Nick, Alexa, thank you very much. Anonymous with an $1,800 donation. Woo! Appreciate y'all. Let's go. Basically 2K. 1, 2, 3. I'll give you the extra. Don't chop off my head. Bam. Anonymous, thank you very much. Appreciate you. If I'm not mistaken, Sam, I am going to add 4 feet to the foot counter, if I'm not mistaken, I believe. Thank you very much. Why is my history teacher showing their feet? So we are at $261,443. We are less than 39K away from 300K. Hey, we're doing a French Revolution lesson. Folks wanted to see this. I haven't taught in a very long time, like me forgetting things about the Bastille. I'm very sorry about that. But, yeah, we're rocking. Okay, let me show the angels. Ah. Okay. This here. Un momento. Okay, so while that happens, great fear. You're starting to just feel this tension and fear throughout France, especially amongst some of the higher estates. The National Assembly is still hard at work. And so at this point, I promise you, I'm really not going to get into the weeds here. You don't have to read them all. That's not the point of this image. If you want to study the French Revolution like super in depth, the depth that I don't have time for, but I have to get into it when it comes into AP Euro and like teach my students this, the amount of government name changes during this, there's a lot. Like they're the National Assembly, the Constituent Assembly, they turn into so many different governments, and I'll tell you right off the bat, just as the person teaching it, that it is difficult to keep track of if you are a student or you've never heard about it before, or unless you studied it. So do not feel bad, because it's gonna go. So there are gonna be times where I was like, hey, like this is what the government's name is now, just to keep things moving along. So, Lord, thank you for the fiver. 7 prisoners in the Bastille. Thank you. 4 foragers, 2 mentally ill persons, and a count who is imprisoned by his family. I appreciate that level of detail. Thank you. I didn't actually even know that. I thought it was less than 10, but yeah, it was the thought, because that's where they wind up keeping political prisoners. There was no one there. Fina, I appreciate the fun fact. Thank you. All right, so what the National Assembly winds up coming up with, and again, this is a National Assembly who, like, they have the flag that's starting to be created. They're starting to get some momentum. Louis XVI, you kind of suck, and we're not talking about you anymore. Lord, thank you again. They come up with something called the Declaration of the Rights of Man and the Citizen. Hold on. What does that sound like? Does that ring any bell? Just the title of what that document is. Does that ring any bells? Johnny! Thank you for the 250, appreciate you. What's that? Not ever heard of that? That little Declaration of Independence? Little bit. There's obviously some comparisons there. So they come up with this Declaration of Rights of Man and Citizen. And it's like, okay, we got this document. We got it. Why is it important? Okay, here's go. Why is the Declaration of Independence important? Not just because Nicolas Cage wanted to steal it. What about women? Oh, just wait. Just you wait. Just you wait. Because it's written down. Separates us from England. Yeah. It broke us away from England? Is that true? They just wrote it down, and then the king was like, okay. Bye. See you later. What does it do for writing it down? Official explanation. Calling out a king. Act of resistance. So, makes it official. Now we have we can put this in front of people, right? People can read this. This can be spread. Or if they can't read it, it can be talked about, and the ideas can be spread. And so now these ideals that I told you have been floating around. We talk about Enlightenment ideals and natural rights and all that great stuff. Now it's down. Here we go. Only is going to fuel that further. Someone asked about women. Let's talk about women during the French Revolution. One of the things that bothers me specifically is when it comes to the Napoleonic Code. We're jumping ahead of ourselves. But the Napoleonic Code does a lot for the citizens of France. This is going to come after the monarchy, after this, what we're talking about. However, what winds up happening is during the French Revolution, when we're talking about the one we're talking about now, Nanas, thank you for the 25. By the end of it, they're actually gonna get a good amount of rights that they did not have before. And when Napoleon comes on in with the Napoleonic Code, he has the Rousseau mindset. He's very influenced by Rousseau, who believes that, you know, people are in their natural state and think that women are submissive. And so because of that, it takes away some of the rights that we are about to talk about from women under Napoleon. It's a thing that always is in textbooks that just really annoys me, because this does happen and like there is an increase of rights. It's not like, you know, there's not equality. Oh, God forbid. There's not equality. I mean, that you talk about that and from ancient Egypt and just how things degrade over time. But it's something and it's substantial, and that gets overlooked a lot. So women and their role in the French Revolution, oh boy. Remember I told you Versailles is outside of the city? You gotta walk. I know, God forbid. You're gonna have to get there. And so women in particular are very, very upset about Marie Antoinette. Why? Not a lot of people like Marie Antoinette. There's a lot of hatred of Marie Antoinette, regardless of who you are. But this is important. Her hair is a boat? Sure. Sure. Thank you, Rebecca. Their children are starving. Marie Antoinette is a mother. And they're spending. And there's this... Let them eat cake. What? Marie Antoinette never said it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. And so, thousands of women march on Versailles. And do you know what they're demanding? Bread. But they march all the way to Versailles, and they got pitchforks, they got hooks, they got anything that they could get their hands on, and they storm the Palace of Versailles, and they are looking to kill Marie Antoinette. To the point, history repeating, where Louis, Marie Antoinette, and child have to go and flee back into Paris. They are forced out of Versailles. And so, appreciate you, Anonymous, years and years and years ago, when Louis XIV was forced out of his home in Paris and said, screw this, I'm going to Versailles. This is why history is awesome. Because you have these comparisons where, holy crap, Louis XIV literally gets this trauma of his citizens rebelling against him that makes him leave the city, go outside the city, make Versailles into what is the symbol of gluttony and symbol of just absolutism. Vacant, thank you for the fitty. And then, just 2 rulers down the line, their citizens are going to storm the palace that Louis XIV made, and it's going to force Louis XVI and his family to flee back into Paris. Again, it's just history rhyming, and like these are you see the direct consequences, and it doesn't take that long to reach them. So many avenues you know. Oh, it's fantastic. This is also literally why I love history. So, my question to you is they don't kill Louis XVI here. They don't kill Marie Antoinette. They don't get their hands on him. However, Louis and his family have to flee back into the city of Paris. So, what has this done to Louis? What is going to happen to him because he is back in this city surrounded by his own citizens who are very, very angry? Ram, thank you very much. Bio, thank you very much. It removes the distance, and all of a sudden, Louis XVI is a whole lot more accessible. Because now, I know where you are. Now, I can get to you. Exactly. Birthday's over. Now we gotta face the music a little bit. So, fast forward a little bit. So again, that march happens in October of 1789, just to give you some context. This comes out in 1790. So the civil constitution of the clergy. Remember we were talking about like absolutism and how it's divine right and it's backed up by religion, and you have Louis who gets all the Huguenots to flee and all that great wonderful stuff. What this does is now the church, who has been working hand in hand with these absolute rulers, they have to swear allegiance to the new constitution that the National Assembly has created. And the clergy is no longer, oh, all right, like we're gonna, the clergy's gonna deal with clergy matters, they're gonna pick their own people, all that great stuff. Now, they're gonna be paid and they're gonna be elected. The people are going to elect them. So all of a sudden, there is a whole lot of power that is taken out of the First Estate, and it's going towards this new government that is being created while Louis XVI is supposed to be the head of the government. And the government is literally shifting underneath his feet. So now, we got religion. The National Assembly is starting to grow. In 1791, things are starting to move a little bit more quickly. There's a brand new constitution that's created. Because, again, this is getting into the weeds a little bit. But there is a lot of infighting. Because, again, not everyone in the Third Estate, not everyone in the National Assembly agrees with one another. Biggs, thank you for the 20. Mr. Day! How are you doing? Good to see you. Not everybody is agreeing with this. So there is constant revisions, changes, more representation. But it is going back and forth. Now, this is where we talk about the Jacobins. You said 8 o'clock, right, Mr. Terry? So, see you in like 30, 40, around there. See you shortly. The Jacobins, they are a little bit more radical. Nate, thank you for the $5. Just a little bit. I got you. I'll get through this a little bit, and then we'll rock. They have some, and again, I would spend a lot more time on the Jacobins if I had time. I'm trying to smooth a little bit. The Jacobins are a little bit more radical, and they are mostly considered that bourgeoisie class that we talked about, like the kind of upper class in the Third Estate, as we have some separation here. And they start getting a little bit more of a say in this new government. And this is where you start to pick apart the French Revolution a little bit. We are talking about this us versus them mentality, right? You have absolutism, the old order, these kings, these monarchs, versus the people, right? And now, things have, I'm going to use the understatement of the year, things have gotten pretty riled up. People are losing their heads, people are getting killed in the countryside, we're storming the palace, and now we're kind of low-key, keeping the king prisoner, but not really, haha, just kidding, but really, within those groups of very, very angry people, there are going to be more people who are going to start calling for some more violence. We already had people lose their head in the streets. National Assembly was like, And so these ideas, they get pretty darn popular with people who just stormed the palace, with people who stormed the Bastille. It makes sense. And this is where, again, like, this is not casting judgment on anyone, because we talked about why they are so angry. But within these revolutions and within these movements, they are constantly disagreeing, and there are going to be those who are more radical than others. And there are going to be those who are like, actually, we need violence to solve this problem. Where you're going to have others that say, no, we should do it, you know, creating constitutions and all that great, wonderful stuff. So, we'll talk about Maximilian Robespierre, because we're going to get back to the Jacobins in a moment. But I just wanted you to get that name in your head, because we're going to be coming back to it in a moment. Badger, thank you for the $5. So, for Louis XVI, we'll talk about Robespierre. For Louis XVI, things are not going great. They're things kind of got out of control there. You know, my people rebelled, killed people. They forced me and my family out of the palace. And we are kind of being kept prisoner and forced to sign things. And I'm losing power. And I just want to pick locks. I don't really want to be here. And so, Louis XVI and his family attempt to run away. And they attempt to flee France. So the king of the country runs away from his own people. They do it in the dead of night. They are in disguise. They are trying to get over the border. They are trying to go to Austria, because then they can go and be with Marie Antoinette's family, who the people love. And they get caught. They're pretty close. They're pretty close. But they get caught. So, I always use these examples of students rebelling against me, because that's what it's supposed to be. If you took all of everything that I just talked about and applied it to the classroom, that you have this teacher that is so indifferent, you have, people are failing, and obviously, people are starving in the classroom, that's pretty bad. But all these grievances that are being aired and is met with indifference, it is being met with violence, there's violence from students, right, towards me. I'm trying to teach lessons, and they're, just like throwing things that are like sharp pencils. Oh, sorry, I dropped it. Right? Just getting more and more aggressive and more violent. It gets to a point where I have to flee for a hot second and leave my office and be like, oh, I can't be in my office. I have to be in the classroom all the time now, at the whim and mercy of my own students. Anonymous, thank you for the 20. And then imagine I just ran away as a teacher. But I was caught going down the hall. I was about to get out. How would those students feel if their teacher, who we've talked about all these grievances, how we have all these problems, Steele, thank you for the 20. If you were those students, how would you feel? Rejected, betrayed, furious, he's a coward, you're abandoning us. It's the king of a country. And because people are taking away his power, he runs away. And again, if we want to be unbiased, you get it. Oh, damn, they're chopping off people's heads. We had to flee where we live because there is an angry mob with weapons who are trying to kill members of my family. So he tries to run, and then he gets caught, and he gets dragged back to Paris. So, this is where things get really, really, really bad. Because if you ran away as the leader of the country, are you the leader of that country anymore? To your people. If I ran out on those students, am I their teacher anymore? No. And so, this is what is known as the Second Revolution. So this lasts about 3 years. Yeah, leader privileges revoked. So what winds up happening is we're talking about Austria, where Marie Antoinette's people are from. You have war being declared by this new French government because they are looking at these countries. He was fleeing to you, to Austria. Oh, you are our enemy. And we already hated you because we hate Marie Antoinette. And you are the one who gave her to us. So, automatically, a leader is basically useless now because he tried to run away. 0 power, only in name. And now we're going after people we hate. Captain, thank you for the $5. They throw Louis XVI, Namas, thank you, and Marie Antoinette. They have to throw them in prison. And it's not because when they drag them back, it's kind of like this house arrest kind of thing. It's kind of like it. Mid, thank you for the 50. I appreciate you. They are under this house arrest. They have to be moved to prison just to protect them. Because guess what? These people who are very, very angry and their king just ran away, guess what they try to do? They try to kill him again! Because they're like, no! This is unacceptable. We are going to kill these people. So they have to put him in prison for their own protection. And by September of 1792, this new government abolishes the monarchy. They just get rid of it. So all those years, all that stuff that Cardinal Richelieu did, gathering all of that power, Louis XIV, longest reigning monarch, 72 years, sun god, literally revered as a god, gone. So now, there's a new government, and they establish a republic. Never upset angry people? No. Hungry people, it doesn't take much. It does not. So you are starting to see massive changes in government. So think about it. I mean, you can think about it literally in any country that has had a long-standing whatever the hell it is. If it's just one day, it's gone. And there's a new government that now has to figure all of this out. Because now, when you're creating the new government, that's great. We did it, gang. We got rid of the monarchy. No more king. Nailed it. Now what? Okay, well, there's been prep. You have the National Assembly. Well, not everyone within that government. Thank you, Jimmy, for the 25. Not everyone is agreeing. There's these folks called the Jacobins. They are pretty upset. They're not too happy. Okay, we'll figure it out. Because now we have a country to run. And that's its own craziness. So, I'll come back to this. Casablanca. I guess I really can't come back to this. National anthem. We talked about the importance of the symbolism of having the tricolore, having the flag, right? And what it represents. I highly recommend. This is actually perfect. Because I need to get more water anyway. This is a scene from Casablanca. I highly recommend. Highly recommend. You type in Casablanca, French national anthem. Watch this scene that comes up. It's like what, a 5-minute scene? Something like that. It's sung, if you've ever seen Casablanca, there's a lot of context with there. It's sung in the face of, you're talking about World War II, of a a Nazi-occupied territory of France. And it's sung in rebellion against their occupation. So I highly recommend, I can't show it just because of copyright. I'm going to go grab water. Take a couple of minutes, because I'll also like stop talking for 2 seconds. Take a couple of minutes, watch that clip. It's worth it. So give me a couple minutes. I'll be right back. Just going to grab water. Want anything? My God, I've been talking so much. So I would never lecture this long, ever. But yeah, it's good. Hope you're enjoying the lesson. It is a tremendous movie. I love that movie. So it's excellent. You're still taking some time. Watch that clip. It is worth it. I'll sit down for like 2 seconds. Yeah, we'll also do a tally. Let's see where we are with the donos. Take a hot second. Luke just put the link in the chat and go check that out there. Okay. Let's refresh this here. Like this. Have 5 pages of notes. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, Kyle, appreciate you. James, Matthew, Duncan, thank you very much. Anonymous, we got you. So we're at 118,380. Okay, once we get to Les Mis. Okay, let's put this 118,380. 143 on YouTube, 607. We're at $261,987. And Taco, what a fitty, just knocked us up to $262,000. Let's go. Let's go. We're doing it for charity. I haven't taught this lesson in, oh God. 2018? Yeah. I think 2018 is probably the last time I taught this. So it's been a while. Last year I did a different lesson. That's the Age of Anxiety. That's a lesson I could not teach for 10 years, and I could teach it tomorrow. Vive la France! Vive la France! So, if you, hey, Doctor, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Thank you. Yeah, it was AP Euro. Okay, where are we here? Let's put this here. Oh, here's our guy. Here is our guy. Move myself for a second just so you can see the name of Maximilian Robespierre. Because this, just watch the clip. I figured it was about that time. So, just real quick, before we get to Maximilian Robespierre. Listening to that national anthem, Olympics is one, right? For any major sporting event where the French national anthem is going to be played. It is very much a huzzah. Very empowering. And the lyrics, this is, again, I would hand these lyrics out. You can go and look up, the translated lyrics in case you do not know French. It is, it's pretty violent. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, Blood of My Enemies. Here, you know what? I think it's worth showing. I know it's sidetracking us even more, but lyrics of RCA. Okay, and I want to translate to English. Okay. I don't care about the key takeaways. I just want to... Here we go. This is what I want. Okay. It's worth it. Okay. Let me see what this looks like. All right, let me zoom in a tiny bit just so you can read this a little bit more. Okay, Nas, thank you for the 20. Appreciate you. Oh, you're the best teacher. Thank you, DJ. That's very kind. All right. So, we don't have to get, like, all the way into this. I don't know what the hell this is, and I'm so sorry. Please go away. So let's go, children of the fatherland. The day of glory has arrived. Against us tyrannies, bloody flag is raised. In the countryside, do you hear the roaring of these fierce soldiers? They come right to our arms to slit the throats of our sons and our friends. Grab your weapons, citizens. Form your battalions. Let us march. Let us march. May impure blood water our fields. Jimmy, thank you for the $5. All right, and again, you could read through all the translations, but you understand what we're rocking with here. And so, when you have a national anthem, why is that important? What does that do for your cause, people, etc., etc.? You hear the people sing. Do you? I was reading it like that intentionally, just saying. I was sorry. I know the pacing is terrible for the French national anthem. Apologies. Marseille, do not play. No. Yeah, I was thinking 15 unites them. Oh, look! We're dipping our toe into nationalism again. We got a flag. We have a national anthem. Man, again, what other country, like, we're seeing some similarities where, like, they had a I don't know. Couldn't be me. But it is going to start, exactly, uniting under symbols, right? It's pretty great. So now, as these changes are occurring, as the king is in jail, but don't worry, we put him there for his own protection, so, you know, he wasn't just outright murdered. Here comes a guy named Maximilien Robespierre. This would definitely be a Chris Collinsworth moment of, now here's a guy. He is the leader of the Jacobins. We know about them. Great. He has some more radical ideas. Now, there's a story that I love to tell about Maximilien Robespierre. Let me see if I can get the exact date. Because when Maximilien Robespierre is a child, let's see here. Robespierre, the poem for Louis. Okay. I'm trying to find There is a story that a young Robespierre met with Louis XVI when he was a child and read him, like, attempt to, like, read him, like, a sonnet or a poem. And, Louis was, like, getting into his carriage and, like, left. And it's just these weird... This is, like, one of the... I'm trying to remember exactly where it comes from. It's from 1790... There we go. Life and Crimes of Robespierre, nicknamed the Tyrant from his birth to his death. We're skipping a lot. Robespierre is not very popular. After he dies, people hate him very, very vividly afterwards. We're going to get there. I know we're getting ahead of ourselves. But it's published in this book that he meets Louis XVI when he is a kid. And Louis XVI just, like, gets into this... And there's that weird meeting of the guy who's going to be responsible for killing King Louis. So, just some overlaps there. It's a good time. XT, thank you for the 20. Appreciate you. The Chop Chop is, Oh, look. The Chop Chop is here. He dies. Spoilers. Sorry. So, the guillotine. Let's talk about the guillotine. Spoilers. Don't worry. We won't. Sorry for spoiling the lore. Apologize. Where are we? Towards 1 million? I think, hold on. Sydney just posted that. We're 260... 262, 182. 262, 182. All right, my favorite part. It usually is, which that speaks to something too, but I'm sure it's fine. The high schoolers, they love this too. They're like, when are we chopping off heads? Yep, we'll get there. We'll get there. It's fine. There's no parallels here, but I constantly talk about students violently rebelling against me, so it's good. It still hadn't happened. So, all right, why the guillotine? A man living in the 1790s dies. It's fair. Carbon, thank you for the 25er. Good old reign of terror. It's coming. Less yapping, more chopping. It's true. Mass market. That's very efficient. There you go. Yeah. There's the publicity of it. Well, let's see here. Symbolism. Ooh, okay. What do you mean symbolism? Expand. Speed and efficiency. Yep. It does make a point. 100%. And it also, like, it's pretty brutal, right? But all these people who are getting their heads chopped off, it's equal, right? Doesn't matter. You're this rich noble we're killing this other part. It's equal. And yes, it is going to be very public. It is an example. It is pretty metal. It is. It is consistent. Terrifying to watch live. I mean, there's something. I mean, think about it. People are brought in carts, right? Where usually there's things that are thrown at them. We'll get there. They are then marched up, put into this thing, Sean with a fiver, as there are people screaming for the death of these people around them. And there's a giant metal blade that is going to fall and chop your head off, and you know about all this. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. It is rated, yes. It is. So, here's the thing. We got a new government. It's a republic. Cool. We're all vibing. The question that pops up is, well, what do we do with the king? The guy that we have in prison for his own safety, remember, for his own safety, so people don't get after him and kill him. But what do we do? So, chat, I think we understand the pros of that. Tango with a $900 donation. Holy cow. Let's go. Let's go. Tango! One short. Yeah. I give you an extra. Bang! Appreciate you, Tango. Thank you very, very much. I think that is going to be 5 feet, I think, although. I think so. Back then is not that far. No. I understand, right? Just because chop chop, we heard of all the things that the king has done, all the indifference. We understand the anger of people. I think we've talked about that enough, right? What are the consequences of killing the king, though? Who's not really the king anymore, but is kind of the king in name because, you know, it's like still the king? What are the consequences of killing the king? King isn't exempt from death. Sure. Power vacuum. Sure. Whoa, there we go, man. How are the other monarchs in Europe going to feel? In France, one of the major powers, we're talking about England, right? They're rocking. But France is up there. And France has a military, and France has like an economy. They're a real country, and they are going to kill their king well, who the hell is taking over? So there is also this, hey, if we kill the king, there's other countries that might straight up declare war on us. We're already declaring war. So what they decide to do is they put Louis on trial. And they debate and they talk and say, should we kill the king? And it is a debate. I don't remember if I have the slide here. Trial of Louis the 16th. Oh, I'm trying to see if there's a picture that I'm looking for. Louis the Last, which is, that's hard. That's pretty good. So he's convicted of high treason, whole 9 yards. They go back and forth. They're like, hey, you are responsible for your own citizens being killed? Yes, they do have a son. And so they go through this rigorous process, this rigorous trial where they question him, they go back and forth. Louis gets a defense team and is like, hey, we're bringing folk to defend me. Because again, this is a real consequence. It's one thing to overthrow your government and be like, okay, yeah, we did it. We're going to do this new government now. But it's another than kill your king. And the way that is going to be seen, there are going to be dire consequences. And this is also the stuff that is going to be talked about. And so they wind up talking about it. And 600, I want to get the exact number, 683 deputies voted to convict the former king. Not a single deputy voted no. I wanted to get the exact number there. So they go, okay, we're going to kill the king. What does the military do? It's a great question. Great question. The clergy, they have to now be devoted, but you also have to think about who's making up the military. Who's making up a good chunk of the military? Third estate? So third estate? All of a sudden, those class differences, they matter a whole lot less when you got a new government. So, on January 21st of 1793, they kill Louis XVI. Look, yeah, it's a great point. The execute one is close, but they convict him, and then they go, bye-bye. And so they kill him. And then, okay, what do we do with his wife? Because King Louis, he's the king. We can have this big trial and talk about, hey, you spilled the blood of Frenchmen. Hey, all this high treason. But now it's time for Marie Antoinette. The people hate her. Hate her. So Marie Antoinette is killed. They put her in pretty much rags. They put her in a wagon. The wagon is open, and that's done intentionally so people can throw things at her. She gets marched up to the guillotine, and they kill her. So now the question is, what do we do with her son? Didn't make any laws, no policies. What do you do with their kid? And this is where it's always great teaching this lesson, because at this point, like, the class is riled up because they're like, yeah, like, even, okay, all right, it's a little harsh, like, I get King Louis, yeah, like, terrible, down, gotta bring him down. Then Marie Antoinette. Oh. Okay. That's a little bit it's a little bit harder. A little bit more. A little bit more. Oh, but now we got their kid. And that's where there's this little bit of a shift that happens. Doll, thank you for the 20. So, Marie Antoinette, she gets killed. And again, they humiliate her. They do all the things that they wanted to do and dress her like in nothing, no fancy garments or anything like that. She was given basically, hey, you go under the guillotine just like everybody else. But they have a few children. There is only the eldest who winds up surviving, Marie. She survives the French Revolution. They throw one of the kids in prison and just leave them to die of neglect. So that is a tough one. Yeah, one dies from tuberculosis. Like that way, I think that was Louis, if I'm not mistaken. Then there's the second son. He dies age 10. He's 10 years old. Yeah, they throw him in prison. Yeah, Sophie was the other one. She died really, really early. Marie's the only one who survives. But Louis is 10. He gets thrown into prison and, yeah, he basically, like, just dies of neglect and starvation and gets super sick and dies. So, you understand why people are angry. But now, Ashley, thank you for the 20. The kid that winds up dying in prison that's related to the French Revolution is 10 years old. 263, 372. Thank you. Oh, tortured and tormented. Oh, yeah, no, it's not like they just, like, leave him and that's it. Oh, they tortured this poor kid. Because now, like, you are who was going to be king, right? Named after your dad. Oh, yeah, no, that kid has a very, very difficult end to his life. It's pretty brutal. No, not executed. He's tortured. He dies of neglect. Literally after, like, they just torment him every day, and then he eventually just dies in prison. So, yeah, and so that's a great point. Because you gotta wonder, like, oh man, if this monarch's kid is able to get to, I don't know, Marie Antoinette's family, and then we got lineage issues, and then somebody can take over, they're still following the name. That's why a lot of times when you have revolutions, they kill the kids. It's tough, but it's history. And you go, okay, yeah, well, we don't want this to happen all over again. But these are the decisions that are made by this brand new government. Anonymous, thank you for the 100. And these are brutal decisions. You can go, okay, we could justify these, go to trials, whole 9 yards. It's a tough one. It is. It's a terrible situation. And this is why, like, hey, look back at history. This is what history is. It's not, sometimes it's really not fun. But again, okay, we killed the king. We killed his wife. We killed their son. Now we have to actually run a country and deal with all the consequences of that and killing a king and his family. So, with that being said, because we made it to the Reign of Terror, I'm going to go grab water one more time. We'll bring Mr. Terry on. We'll rock and roll. Let's see. Let me just switch this on over here. We just do like a convo situation. We'll see where the conversation goes. Talk about a little Reign of Terror, chopping off heads. Because guess what? It doesn't always go well. Alright, so, Mr. Terry. There you are. Appreciate you, buddy. Give me like 90 seconds, just running upstairs. I'm going to pee and grab water, and then we'll rock. Okay. Put this here, Mr. Terror time. Alright, be right back. How much longer? As long as it takes. We're teaching. We're making it happen. All right, how long have we been, I don't even know how long I've been teaching for. Did I say around like 5-ish I would start? Oh, it's 5 Eastern? 4 hours. It feels like I've been teaching for 4 hours. It does. I walked upstairs and I was like, man, why am I tired? I'll do it. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. We did dress like a teacher. Joining us now, another history teacher with a phenomenal YouTube channel. Please check it out. The one, the only, Mr. Terry. Fantastic. Fantastic. Can you hear and see me?
Hello? Hello.
Yes?
Yes. I have to interrupt this slander. I am the reincarnation of Louis XVI. I am the victim.
Yeah.
Not France.
Yeah. No, that's fair. I hear you. I hear you completely. Like, what did you ever do wrong?
I was just nothing. I mean, just they're whining, man.
Yeah.
Just freaking whining. Like
these peasants, man. They're just like, oh, I'm starving. Like, oh man, my kids are dying in front of me. Yeah, I had to throw up twice today because lunch was really big.
Oh no, I can't eat bread. Oh no.
Yeah.
Get something else to eat. What do they eat? Like 7 pounds of bread a day? It's like it's all they ate.
Yeah.
Get something else.
Exactly.
Get some cake. Eat some cake.
Mr. Terry.
Yeah.
How you doing, buddy? Thank you so much for coming on.
Oh, thank you. I've been enjoying, the discussion. Actually, I'm not King Louis XVI chat. Sorry. And this is the closest thing I had to like a French Revolution Napoleonic shirt.
Yeah, I feel like you could pass for Napoleon now without the crown.
Yes,
I mean, or even with the crown.
Are we getting to that? How far are we taking this?
So, yeah, I got and it's up to you, man. Like we've been doing it for 4 hours. We just got to Reign of Terror.
Okay. And I was hearing a little bit. We got Maximilian. Is he on the scene? We got
Robespierre. We got April 9th, 1793, Committee of Public Safety.
Committee of Public Safety, because the best way to keep safety, during a revolution is you just kill all the opposition. That's what safety is. The best named organization I've ever heard of.
It truly is one of the greatest ironies of this entire time period. They're just like, hey, it's to keep you safe. It's to make sure, because propaganda is a thing, branding is a thing, and they kill thousands of people.
Yes. What, in a calendar year? What is it, like, I don't know, 16,000 or something?
Yeah, hon, I do have numbers. I'm 99% sure. Let's see.
You imagine you go down, right? It's your lunch break. You go down to the town square. You got your baguette and your cheese, and you just take in the daily guillotinings.
Yeah.
That's just what I assumed that they were doing.
Yeah. I got, the number I have is 300,000 arrested. They execute 17,000.
Okay. Yep. All with very judicial processes. A lot of evidence was presented. They had a trial. They had a defense, right?
Yes. Okay. I'm just triple checking my own numbers. They got 16,594. Yep. 17,000 officially executed. There you go. And like, if you, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Terry.
Yeah.
That seems like a lot of people.
It is. Yeah, you break that down very quickly. All this happened within a calendar year? What is it, like July to July, right?
Yep.
1793 to 94. You can't go through judiciously, I don't think, with that kind of time frame. But I don't know. Enemy of the state. Maximilian knows.
Some of the my favorite quotes: "Liberty cannot be secured unless criminals lose their heads."
Literally.
Yeah. About a 45 per day for a year. That's a lot. Because you also have to think about this too, Mr. Terry. As Louis XVI, obviously unfairly persecuted, never did anything wrong ever in your life, right? after you kill the king and his family, there's going to be people within France who are going to be pretty upset about that, no?
Sure. Yeah. So people love people love the king.
So
they love Marie.
Oh man, oh Marie. They called her the Princess of France, the crown jewel, really.
Not being from France and having a boat for a head. Yep.
Just constantly trying to murder her. There's going to be people who are going to be upset, and so because of that, they're going to be able to voice their dissent, right, in this republic and this this new formed government that is for everybody.
Yep.
Yeah, no issues.
You lawyer up, you get your trial date, you provide a defense. You know, it doesn't just take the guy that lives next to you that is already mad at you that your dog poops on his lawn, and all he's got to do is, walk down the street and say, I heard that guy likes the king,
Mm-hmm.
Could be that petty.
Yeah. So you have neighbors that turn on each other and go ooh, talking about the government. Ooh, they're trying to revolt. Can't do that. And I mean, there are so many different things that you can point to. McCarthyism, you go down to Salem witch trials. There are plenty that you can point to and go, yeah, we see similarities, but it's just very, very angry people. And what's important to realize too is this is what the government is doing. So if you are a person in France in this very short time period, the government has captured the king, killed the king, kill his family, are killing a whole bunch of people, and you're just like, man, we're getting bread though, right?
You talk about his kids.
Yeah.
The one felt bad for that little boy.
Yeah, Louis.
Little Louis, right?
We saw about, he was 10 years old, dies of neglect in prison.
Throw him in prison, and he was technically the heir. I mean, would have been.
Technically, yeah.
So they were like, we're leaving no trace. You know what? You know who else did something like that? We can relate to being, the nice guy. Was the Mongol Empire did that to the Song Dynasty. Yep, that heir was 7 years old, and they killed him. So,
yep,
they hit that territory.
Because we were talking about that too. This is something that it is a dark part of history, but in a lot of times where you have these kind of hey, monarchs' kids, leaders' kids, they can't survive. That's tough, man. And when especially you're a republic, right? And we're new government, we're gonna be different. 17,000 people getting killed in a year is a lot of people.
Yep.
That's a lot, and it's public.
Yep.
So they also religion. They de-Christianize France and go, no, we are the Republic of Virtue. So irony, when we were talking about absolutism, right? And you got good old religion here, got the monarch here, and they're supporting one another to say, hey, divine right. Here's that introduction of religion again, which now, again, the clergy has to be loyal to this new government. That's what they're doing. Now they are the Republic of Virtue, and we're going to start toning it all down on religion. Mr. Terry, why would they do that?
Tone it down on it? Well, okay, so, the context there, the church used to own, the clergy was 1% of the population, owned something like 50% of the land, pay no taxes. Right, you have the absolutism, a whole idea of you want to become an absolute ruler, you got to get the religion behind you, right? So you hold on, you get tight, with the Catholic Church or whatever it is. That's what they were doing. It becomes I help you, you help me kind of thing. And so they probably just see the church as an extension, right? And I think was it in the first in the National Assembly, was it where they basically like church officials are now chosen, I think, by the new government.
Yes, so they now are elected. Yeah, so
they're elected, right? So democratizing who would be the best priest, and so it was probably hard for the people to decouple the corruption of society and the church.
Yeah. It's very interesting because you have this growth for absolutism, and it goes for a long, long time. And then the church going along with it and be like, yep, okay, get rid of the Huguenots. Yep, you were going along. Okay, new government. Well, we have to stay around, right? We have to make sure that we're protecting our interests. we're going to side with this new government too. And now their power ultimately is going to be lessened. And also at the same time, yes, appreciate you. At the same time, religion and authority, while, as Mr. Terry is saying, they go hand in hand, there are times where they are at conflict between one another because it's in the minds of the people, this is going way, way back, of like, okay, well, if you are a peasant, who do you serve? Is it your earthly lord or your heavenly lord? And that's good old Middle Ages. And so when you combine the two here, or start to lessen, people have to make a choice. And the government's like, well, we don't want you to make the choice that isn't us. But they're the Republic of Virtue, Mr. Terry.
Yep. Completely virtuous. Have we got
Very
to the cult of the supreme being, or oh gosh, what was his made up religion? Have we got to that yet?
Oh, which one? Oh, with the different calendar?
It's the cult of reason, or
yes.
Yeah, I love that because you can just replace it with the
Temple of Reason.
Yes.
That was the Notre Dame became the Temple of Reason.
I love that. Then it's just not to get ahead of the story. I think that's when people were starting to think at Robespierre a little bit different. That like, you know what, this guy's lost it. This guy's gone way too far.
So we read about that because there's we're talking about how hated Robespierre is after this time period, because it's also like there is this obvious bloodlust where it's like, hey, people need to suffer for how much we have suffered. And you see that when they're killing 17,000 people, right? And there's chopping off heads. And it's like Mr. Terry said, it's day after day after, oh, okay, there goes another one. Yep, okay. People are like, after a while, okay, we're good. Like, we're pretty, I think we did it. I think we got them. It's like squish it. And, all right, we got them. They're definitely gone now. And when it comes to their role in religion, they start closing churches completely. They start telling priests, they're like, hey, go get married. Like, just get out there and have yourself a family and stuff. So really diluting the power of what religion used to be in France.
And it's not, I don't think, for the regular people, they still want the religion. They still want that. They don't want the corruption, obviously. But yeah, this is where I think it's now going a little bit too far, even in the eyes of just a lot of the common people.
Yeah, because you also have to think about it from the standpoint of, if you are a peasant and at times all you had was religion, where it was like, hey, this is the thing that my parents have followed, and before that, and this is the thing I'm holding on to as I'm starving and don't have any food. It is religion. And then here comes the government going, no, don't worry about that anymore. Like, we're going to actually close down this local church so you can't go practice that anymore. Sure. It's not going to sit well with anybody.
Well, wait not too much longer for Mr. Napoleon. He'll fix it all.
Yeah, it'll be fine. So I'll meet you at the Temple of Reason on the 22nd, Thermidor. Yes. Good old Thermidor. Thermidorian reaction? Right?
Yeah, I do love the months and the days.
I wonder if I have that timeline.
Month of Thermidor. Yeah, well, I forgot what some of the names are. They're great. The Thermidor is a great one.
Yeah, so this happened. This is July of 94. And the months. And again, like, you also, the timelines in which these are happening, I have a handout that I have to understood it. We were talking about that before. All the different name changes of, like, the different periods of time, and the government has changed its name a million times. No, this is the Constitution. That there is so much going on that even, like, as someone who taught it, I was like, yeah, I need to reference
I never even attempted to try to get my students to, like, which constitution are we on now? Which government are we on now? It was really pointless. It just I just maybe teach them, okay, this is the time when they were supposed to be a constitutional monarchy. Okay, then here's the time where they've abolished the monarchy. I think that was about it, because I have a hard time keeping up.
Yeah.
Now it's the convention, and now we got this first consul, and then we got whatever constitution we're on now. So
yeah, it's a lot. So that's why we teach understanding instead of just memorization of that. But France winds up winning its war because they do have a good army, which you'll see with Napoleon.
Yes, while all of this is going on, literally all this stuff, this internal chaos, France is basically at war with everyone in Europe.
Yep. So
while doing that, think how hard that would be to function.
They're overthrowing their government. They're fighting wars on a whole bunch of different fronts, and they're also killing people every single day in the streets. You know,
Yep.
guillotine. There's a lot going on during this time period. So Robespierre, there is a breaking point where they're like, okay, this is enough. So Robespierre, he gets betrayed, and guess where they send him? Right to the guillotine. Is he the one who attempts to... He's the jaw guy for the guillotine?
Yep.
So...
Yep. I think someone sneaks in a gun or something. He shoots himself trying to avoid that. Ends up just blowing off his jaw. So he spends the last hours of his life in horrible, horrible pain.
And then it's face up, yeah?
Well, he had these lists basically, right? So like these lists of people that were just they were the enemies, right? And it didn't take much. I think if Robespierre just wrote your name on a paper, you were going to end, on that guillotine, right? And it seemed the problem was some of the people now showing up on this list are people that have a history with him, right? They're people that he went to war with, and his paranoia is caught up with him, and he starts eating his own, and you can't do that for very long.
So you have these people who are, a little sick and tired of Robespierre also just sending these people to death. And also, as Mr. Terry's saying, with the paranoia of like, oh God, like, am I going to be on this list next? So he attempts to end his own life and blows off his jaw instead. And then they throw him on the guillotine. I think he's face up. I thought that was...
I don't remember that one.
I think
that's supposed to be less
it was
humane.
It was face up, where they undid the wrapping for his jaw. So like it was, they made him suffer. And the quote that I gave you before, talking about with him and the Louis XVI with the poem, they call him a tyrant afterwards. And after Robespierre is dead, they're kind of like, oh, we hate that guy. Like we had nothing to do with him. We never supported him. There are books written. And the public sentiment about Robespierre was like, no, he's not our man.
No, it seemed like he was... If you were on his side and you liked him, I mean, I guess you liked him. He was good. He was a means to an end, I guess. And I do think it's fitting. I think with his death, it was like a fitting end of the Reign of Terror.
Yes.
Like it just got to eat its own. And it's like, okay, we've got this far. Thank you for your years of service, Maximilian. But we're going to go another direction, so, send your head a different direction from your body, but fitting way to end it.
I wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
So as a history teacher, do you think for the French Revolution, this one, to be what it is, do you think Robespierre is like a necessary component in terms of he needed to do all of this for the French Revolution to play out the way it did? Because after Robespierre, there is this, hey, we don't ever want this ever again. We don't want this. Like, that's where the Directory comes in, right? And that's like this 5-person body of government that's created, and they're super duper weak, but they're trying to have a balance of power and being like, okay, not one person is going to take all of it again. But do you think that Robespierre killing all of those people, that then breeds the Directory, that then breeds Napoleon to come in... I don't know.
What created the power?
Could it have gone any other way?
Yeah, if you're going to build it on justice, right? These were very unfair killings for a lot of them, and it wasn't a very judicial. It wasn't a very. It wasn't fair, right? The rights of man and citizen, right? They're supposed to be enacted here, and going to this extreme, it seems like they just, especially with him, they went too far. So did it have to go this way? Probably not. In fact, maybe it made it worse in a sense, because it will solidify this idea of like might is right.
Yeah.
And you just become what you hate. And you could see where when Napoleon's going to come in of having to try to like not totally side on one side or the other, but to come to some kind of I don't know, some kind of compromise, I guess you would say, but that's not for another 5 years. But that brutality of it that quick, I don't know. I think it sets a pretty bad standard to build your country on, which is what they were doing.
Manos, thank you for the hundo. So like that's also it's a violent revolt, right? And this is what you get. We were talking about if Louis XVI is an evil person. I think he's just indifferent is a big one,
Yeah,
right?
He inherited a lot of problems that he had nothing to deal with.
We streamed for an hour just talking about the context of how
you
we're going
go back to
Louis
the Sun King, right? Louis XIV,
yep.
and how he set up every predecessor of his for failure. And yeah, there's a lot of things that Louis the 16 could have, I'm sure, done, but it was generations building here. So not a good time to be inheriting yourself as a king, especially as a guy that I don't know if he was fit for it. It seemed like, from what I've heard, he was not his like grandfather or anything like that. That's the problem with monarchy. Sometimes some people aren't just fit for it.
No, we were talking about like that. I don't really want to do this job, right? Because it's also like I am not fit to do so. Like he loved his hobbies, the whole 9 yards, but unfortunately he just wrong place, wrong time.
Sure.
And you have a full-blown revolution.
Sure.
So after Robespierre is dead, right? He gets killed. Okay, Reign of Terror, we did it. All done. Now we need to figure out what the hell we're going to do next. Yep. So they wind up creating this thing called the Directory. Again, you don't need to memorize any of this, but you don't need to memorize the name of it. But they wind up writing hold on, I do have this note here. Robespierre, he's betrayed and guillotined. Robespierre's brother throws himself out a window to try and also end his life. He just breaks his legs. So they wind up taking him in as well. I'm pretty sure he is executed. For the Directory, so they write another new constitution. I appreciate you on 20.
Yeah, which number are we on now?
I think that's 3.
Yeah, 3. That sounds about right.
I think it's about 3. Yeah, I think so. So
they don't have a manual for this. Like they could have looked at the American government, which they tried to a little bit, but it was a different scenario than what the Americans were dealing with, right? Different, yes. Different problems, different things that they had to overcome. But I mean, they maybe could have used some of those elements. I mean, by then we're going to have the American Constitution will have been ratified, and they try to look at some of those things. But for the most part, though, they're still just kind of winging it. And it also shows, though, the incredible amount of diverse opinion that existed. I mean, that early legislature had so many different factions in it. And when you come from a country where it was absolute rule, it's like maybe you don't even know what it's supposed to look like or how it can look like.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's also, you have folks after, because there are people who are like, hey, we don't want Louis convicted 100%, but we don't want him killed.
Right. That was very small opinion.
That was like, I don't know about that.
Right?
I think it's like 4 for execution. I think that's what Luke was saying. It's single digits. Because they all vote to convict him. They're just like, yeah, no, they're not a single no there. But I don't know if we want to kill him.
Was it 1 vote?
I thought I had it as 1.
I thought I'd heard it was like 1 vote.
It's close.
For that. And that's for the execute. Yeah, for the execution.
That's to execute, not to convict there.
Yeah, to remove. I mean, but it was very small opinion, though, even at the very beginning. Constitutional monarchy seemed like the fair things. That's what Britain does, right? You just limit their power a little bit and create a legislative branch. But you could see how everything progresses. And I'm sure you went over how he fled the country, right? And that was the final straw.
Okay.
Once he's bailing, and I get it, he's trying to save himself and his family, I guess. But
there's the monarchists, right? There are people who are like, hey, we should have this kind of constitutional monarchy. We shouldn't go. Then you have the Jacobins, because they're still there, even though Robespierre is dead. And there's constant infighting within the government. So they do another new constitution. The middle class gets pulled up. That's kind of nice. But you have folks like the sans-culottes, like artisans. They wind up suffering a whole lot. And the problem is they're getting constantly torn apart by infighting. And they are heavily reliant on the military to kind of maintain this general peace. And I say general very loosely. And so, because they're super duper weak, they're constantly under attack by all these different political opinions, all these different sides. They might be ripe for a takeover. You might be able to do something there. And that is when we finally get to Napoleon. God, I think we've been doing this for almost 4.5 hours to start the French Revolution, and I just got to Napoleon.
I mean, it takes a few days. How long did you usually cover French Revolution in AP Euro?
I know, I was trying to think about that. Like, it had to be at least a week.
Yeah.
It's not like a ton of time, like, that you're doing multiple, but like it's a good amount of lecturing.
In AP World History, which is what I teach, it's way crazier. American, French, Haitian, Latin American is in one chapter, which essentially means 1 to 2 days.
That's
so it
wild.
becomes impossible. And all we really are able to do is compare and contrast them. That's all we can do. But I miss, being able to go to, because when I do spend time on it and it bleeds into another thing that I have to take time away from, it's always something. And I could tell from the chat, if people didn't, know it, it's fascinating. And you can get the kid. It's one of those things in history. I get the kid that is not very interested to listen a little bit just because of how wild it is.
It's because it's also, you can just the scenarios in of themselves, right? Like, hey, the government's gone, like the leader's gone, and they're just constantly doing this, and you're seeing this every single day, and you're just like regular everyday person, and you're just living through this. I think it's also a very like, wow, that would be insane, the amount of things that are happening consecutively in a very, very short amount of time.
Right.
So yeah, okay, it's a fun one. It is. We'll show, I gotta show this one. Napoleon, he's the one who makes the Pope crown him. Right? I think that's
I found this crown in the gutter. Isn't it something like that? He says, he doesn't want to look too, I don't know, like the last guys. Like, I think it was
that's what it is.
Like
so, yeah, 18. So let's talk about Napoleon super duper quick. Probably give a little bit of context. You still rocking, Mr. Terry?
I'm good. I'll hang out as long as you want. Whatever you're doing tonight, I'm good.
I appreciate you taking time.
Little or short, whatever.
So Napoleon is this very popular war general because, again, they're also highly reliant on the military to keep whatever the hell this is at this point together. And so Napoleon, he builds this like reputation of a guy who cannot lose. Like, cannot lose. And so, I mean, he does wind up losing a couple times, but we don't talk about that.
Feel free to turn me off and put on slides if you were doing that too. So.
Oh yeah, no, I was gonna go back to slides. You're good.
Okay, yeah.
I just wanted more discussion based about how you feel about Napoleon.
Oh,
1804, he crowns himself emperor. He puts the crown on his own head instead of the Pope. So he like makes him attend, and he's just like, I got this.
I found this in France's gutter.
Yeah, that's it. Anonymous, thank you for the 250. I have to look and see what that quote is.
It's somebody had told me that. And it seems like something you would say to make it sound like I'm not creating this monarchy or whatever. It's just, it's been in the gutter and we're going to maybe resurrect it. But it's not going to be like the last regime, okay?
It'll be totally different. Okay. He said, okay, so apparently there has been dramatizations of this. The people of France placed it atop my head. And so the reason why it was super important was because now it wasn't the church who was crowning. Remember, they're working hand in hand, right? That's how it's been going.
Yep.
It's usually the church that says, okay, you're the guy. But now Napoleon goes, nope, I'm going to do it myself.
Yep. Better PR that way.
Of course, because he has to look like a man of the people. When it comes to Napoleon, we got into a quick talk about the Napoleonic Code.
Okay, yeah.
What would you say, like, his connection with Rousseau? Like, his beliefs about Rousseau and, like, his philosophy. We talked about how, like, women during the French Revolution actually get, like, a decent amount of rights. Like, they actually...
Yes, and then he undoes them, right? He's so influenced by empires of the past. You know, if he looks at the Romans, he's trying to LARP as all those great emperors and people of the past. And he's like, hey, what's the commonality? Like, you had the Roman Empire, you had these great empires. It was patriarchal society, right? The women had their place, men had their place, and it created social cohesion. I don't know if you knew about Confucianism, but he could have cited them too over there, you know, saying that. So yeah, unfortunately, yeah, poor women there. But I love how women were very much through the whole revolution always saying, don't forget about us, don't forget about us, right? So what was the one, the Declaration of the Rights of Woman and Citizen?
Yep.
I forgot who that was, but just to basically yeah, say that, oh, and if you are, of course, like, what if you're a slave in Haiti or something like that? Does this apply to us? Is this just you guys over there? Love all the other conversations being held.
Because they start carving out exceptions. And they're like, well, maybe not this group of people. Or, well, maybe not this. When we're saying all, we don't really mean all. But thankfully, there's no other country that goes through that issue whatsoever.
To be fair, that first, coming out of the Declaration of Rights of Man did more than what the Americans had done right away. I mean, they got rid of, right, I think, didn't need to own property, right, to be able to vote. They were actually more progressive than that, I think, at the start.
So, yeah, it's that's what we were talking about before. Like, it's a substantial part because I feel like the way that I learned about the Napoleonic Code was like Napoleon comes in and he's like, hey, everybody gets like all this equal treatment under the law, right? We're going to accept religions again. Hey, remember that?
Yep. Bring back the church.
We could tell you go back to your churches. That's fine. We're going to have like the trials. You're going to have a jury, the whole 9 yards. No more serfdom or feudalism. That's gone.
Got to create that. Public education system, I think, too.
Yep.
Yep.
Protection of private property. It rocks. Like they do a bunch under Napoleon that is great. But again, not everybody is actually impacted by this.
Sure.
Where
probably seen those a net positive, though, by the people.
Say again?
Definitely be seen as like a net positive, though, as to
100%.
Yeah, you know what I mean. You gotta, you know, at least the trains run on time. Okay, so
what a pull! What a pull! So I want to ask you in terms of like your thoughts on Napoleon as a military guy.
Right.
We were talking about like Robespierre and just it had to eat itself and eventually had to fail.
Sure.
Napoleon deciding to go, all right, we're expanding. We got this army that literally is like the largest in continental Europe. We are able to run. I don't lose.
Nope,
do you think it's kind of similar in the way that Napoleon eventually, you know, meets his first ending?
Sure. I mean, he really was incredible as a military leader. I mean, the victories they had, the coalitions they had to face at the same time. You can't judge him on that for sure. I mean, in any kind of negative way, he was literally picking a fight pretty much with. Well, he was. If he was picking the fight, whatever. Everyone's descending on France, right? Because they all hate. Everyone hates the revolution. All the other countries hate it, especially monarchy.
Why, Mr. Terry?
Because, well, even if you hate the French, like you're the British or something like that, even if you hate the French, and you hate the French monarchy, you still want monarchy to be preserved, right? Because it could have been so easy for this revolution to become a continental thing. It could have been just an anti-monarchy thing everywhere. So even if you didn't like the French, you didn't even like the French monarchy, it was to your own interest as one of these monarchical states to still have, you know, the monarchy present.
Because you're also, if you are a monarch, you're terrified.
Absolutely. Because you're probably doing the same things. You're probably doing at least some element of the same things.
That's just like, oh man, like I'm probably not doing a great job up here. Like, oh, my people are probably suffering. We should not have to deal with this. So you have a number of countries that are like, hey, we need to make sure, first of all, that this does not spread. But two, we are actively at war with them.
Right. So he does an incredible job doing that. Now, bites off more than you could chew? Absolutely. Some decisions probably end up being good. What he does, taking out the King of Spain, putting his brother in there. And, of course, the Russia thing, whatever, that's the big one. But up to that point, at least, seemed to be a political and military mastermind. But we've seen this happen over and over in history. You sometimes you go too far.
Yeah, it's a good try. Someone asked, so that was a great question. Like, how are they able to fund this? Because aren't they broke? Because they do inherit a ton of debt. So one of the things they do under Napoleon is they establish a national bank. It's the Bank of France that they wind up creating. And then you have like loans and credit for businesses. They actually make taxes more fair under Napoleon, which is kind of nice. They lower food prices because we talked about the volcano in Iceland that goes off.
Ah, great deal. Yep, the whole farming issue, and yep.
Creates a famine. I literally did not learn that until I was in the course for AP Euro, like of how to teach it.
Now, how? Because I'd heard of that before. You would think that would have hit Europe just in general, right? How come we didn't see famines to that level that we saw in France in the 1780s?
So it's something the government's doing, because again, you also just look at the condition that folks are in. Like, bread is literally the last straw. It's because I couldn't remember the country who wound up going there, but there's a representative that goes into France, like it's pre-revolution, and they're looking around, they're like, the inequality is insane. Like the way that these like nobles and how everything's going at court live. And compared to like the everyday peasant, oh no, it's bad.
Yeah.
So that you kind of blame Louis for a tiny bit.
Sure.
Just a bit. When it comes to Napoleon, though, he also, based off of what we talked about, putting the crown on his own head, not really so friendly with the religion. And that kind of like, so while he's allowing more tolerance, he's allowing tolerance beyond what was allowed before, under like Louis XIV, like the whole one faith, one everything. So now the churches can no longer collect tithes.
That's how they function.
Literally how they keep their doors open.
Right.
So that becomes a little bit of an issue as well. So on top of that, as Mr. Terry alluded to, the church has a whole bunch of land, and during the revolution, that land is seized by the government. It's conquered out of 1801. They go, yeah, you're not getting that land back. Sorry. So again, while the churches are able to remain open, right, they are going to lose a significant amount of power, but more importantly, they're going to lose funding as well. So there's already going to be a ton of conflict there. And Christianity's like, oh yeah, like you could have tolerance for it, but it's not going to be like the majority religion here in France.
Sure. They Catholic Church so strong there. I mean, they clamped down so hard on the Protestant Reformation there.
Dude.
Calvin, I mean, he had to leave, and we're basically like, okay, we're not doing any of that Martin Luther crap, that Calvin crap. We're not doing any of that. But again, it's the whole like, the power link between government and religion that is so powerful as a justification for your, for that.
Just take it free. Calvinism. God, love me some Calvinism. Come on now. I made a predestination joke, I think, in one of my scripted videos.
Awesome.
You have to do the deep pull sometimes. You gotta get there. When it comes to Napoleon, don't worry, I'll show you lots of things, and we'll get into the actual breakdown. One quote that I do want to mention when we're talking about Napoleon, because he's doing these great things for France, right? More legality. Couple of quotes here. In a great nation, the majority are incapable of judging wisely of things. Okay.
Not very democratic.
I'm sure it's fine. Next quote. It is said that I love power. Well, has anyone any reason to complain? Never have the prisons been so empty, the roads have never been safer, the government is strong, my hand is steady, and the officials do their jobs properly. All citizens and all their properties are well protected. I have governed for the people and their interests. That's fine, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm doing great.
It's okay if you're the guy.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay if you're the guy in charge.
Yeah, I mean...
Ends justify the means. It's Machiavellian. It's like, it works.
Yeah, it's fine. quick, just two more. Women are thought of too highly. They should not be regarded as equal to men. In reality, they are nothing more than machines for producing children. Society would become upset if women were allowed independence. To depend on men is their rightful position.
Oh, I've never heard of that.
Wow. All right.
I mean, I knew what he thought, but it's like he didn't even try to guise it.
That's a tough one.
He's not even trying to hide it or anything, but actually just throwing out women. They're just a baby factory.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Again, similar to Rousseau. Last one. 4 hostile newspapers are more to be feared than 1,000 bayonets.
Censorship time.
So, again, duality. Does a lot of great things. Napoleonic Code, serfdom, bye-bye. Feudal way, bye-bye. Kind of gives the people what they were promised. Lowers food prices. People are not, like, starving now. Tiffany, thank you for the 30. They're winning wars. They're doing all that. But I don't want to use the word absolute power. Because that would be a lot. Right?
No.
It'd be a lot. But I have a lot of power. But it's okay. Because we're doing a great job. So
I think this can work at this time. Like if he had tried to do this in 1794, whatever, before the monarchs had been, cut out, I don't think he could have this kind of staying power, right? Because you're talking about the revolution's been going on for 10 years. People just want like some normalcy again. They'll accept some of that. And but yeah, I think timing shows that.
Yeah. It's the Napoleon. I think there's been so many good thematic essays. I think there was one on AP Euro was he kind of an absolute ruler or was he for the people? And there's so much great evidence for both that you could provide of look at what he does. Is he more of like an absolute ruler or does he fulfill the promises of the revolution?
Sure.
That's how
it was.
It was a great question. And I think it might have been a DBQ.
It was a DBQ? That'd be a great DBQ.
Because again, you could justify either one of being look at all these ideals and virtues that we laid out at the feet of Louis XVI, saying, "Hey, this is what we're asking for." Napoleon does a lot of it, but they do kind of end up with a guy who takes up a whole lot of power. Very popular, by the way. But takes up a whole lot of power, and you kind of veer a little bit closer to what you had before with a different name.
Sure.
Yeah. Oh, well, we had a king before. Now I got an emperor. Okay. Well, they're different, though, right? That's close.
Yep.
That's close.
It's complicated. It's a great question.
Thank you for the fitty. It's a good one. But, Mr. Terry.
Yep.
Real quick. At the end of the day, who is France's number one rival that they hate?
Britain.
It's Britain. It's freaking Britain.
Yep.
So the problem with Britain, it's an island.
Yep.
So how do you hurt them? We're in France. How do we go and impact them?
Better get a nice navy. Good
You
luck
got
with
a nice
that, though.
navy.
Good luck with that. British have the best one in the world.
Yep. British got the best one. There we go. Chat blockade. There we go. Trade. Yeah, so that's the thing, too. They have no shot going up against the English Navy. They are, hey, we live on an island, so we're pretty good at the whole fighting in the water thing. Pretty solid. So Napoleon tries to basically starve him out, because this is the one thing he can't really get to. They block a whole lot of trade from Britain from the rest of the European continent. It does not work. Does anyone know why it doesn't work?
The only thing it seems that's ever got the British attention, if you do want to stick it to them, it's economically. Right? Every colony they've had, when they rise up and they want to have autonomy and they use create their own militaries, they want to try to apply force or violence against the British. It doesn't work, right? It doesn't work. The Americans thought of that and started off with the boycotts. You see with the Sepoy Rebellion in India, it's like every time this happens, you lose. So you hit them economically. That's what you got to do. But
Yeah.
it can be hard to do that.
But you were talking about like if this was taking place in a different year, maybe something's different. At this point, the same can be said because Britain still can trade with the rest of the world and they can still make trade deals there. And so because of that, they are not limited. You know, it sucks not being able to do it with Europe, but there are other options now. And that's where you go, you know, all the way back to Age of Exploration and how this has continued to build Britain. That is, Mr. Terry is on the screen. Here.
They're asking, who is this guy?
Terry's YouTube channel, of course. Got to plug. Always plug. But this also raised prices on British goods, and this really pissed off the rest of Europe. Like, what do you mean I can't get my goods that I usually get from Britain? What do you mean this is more expensive? So when it comes to the trade blockade that they attempt to do on England, it kind of backfires a little bit because not only does England have other trade partners that they can work with, but on top of that, now all the goods that are produced there are a hell of a lot more expensive. So, doesn't work out great. But last thing, Mr. Terry, and then I'll let you get out. I appreciate you hanging out for the entire time.
Great.
When it comes to nationalism during the French Revolution, do you have any particular thoughts when it comes to how you see that grow within France, but also like you were talking about even just like all the different revolts and like comparing them, right?
Sure.
How nationalism that you see in the French Revolution expands past France.
Yeah. It might be I think the biggest legacy that Napoleon left was the idea of nationalism. Nationalism, as we think about it today, was not what it was in the 1800s. It's still like this feudal idea of, it's like I'm loyal to this locality that I'm around, loyal to this lord or whatever. And it was a brilliant move by Napoleon to try to unify people, get rid of the social class distinctions, which was such a goal of the revolution, right? And that's how you identified yourself. You're like, I'm this noble, I'm the clergyman or whatever. And then, but like as a larger national identity. And it worked to his favor, I think, to get that popularity. And again, such a massive effect because it's going to grow all around Europe, all around France. This idea of nationalism is going to pick up. And not to get too far down the road, but we're already even building dominoes for future global wars. World War I is going to be in about a century, and nationalism was such a big part of that. But this idea of identifying yourself in a broader sense than what you were used to. I'm French and proud, this idea. And that was, man, major thing that comes out of the French Revolution. I mean, they create their new flag, right? This new symbol of the tricolor, that like the symbol of this type of nationalism. The goals and what they achieved in the revolution, even with all the horrible things that happened, but ending an absolute monarchy from within and creating a new government that was supposed to be built by a lot more of these Enlightenment principles. It was like such a badge of honor. It was something they could really be proud of, and gave people that type of identity. And the French came out very, very proud, I guess you would say, of what they accomplished.
The origin of nationalism, which you could debate all day, right? I mean, like that is, you start coming out of Middle Ages, but you mentioned just being like loyal to the Lord, but you go 100 Years War, there's traces of that.
Bits of that.
Right? There's little bits of that as you start to see these governments become a little bit more centralized, and the development of what nationalism is as a definition, but also like what is felt by citizens when they start identifying themselves like as, hey, I'm part of a country. Yep. Right? Like this is my nation. I'm supposed to be proud. I'm supposed to fight for this. It's a relatively new concept, and just that explosion of it from the French Revolution, as Mr. Terry says, has so many ripples throughout history, because you're going to start to see other countries kind of say, okay, well now, what about us? I'm proud to be X, Y, and Z, right? You got the German unification, even before the World War, Germany, the Italian unification, right? So, yeah, nationalism is probably one of the biggest, if not the biggest, result of the French Revolution. Would you say?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And again, they were bordered by places that didn't have that. I mean, to the east, you had the Holy Roman Empire,
Oh
which
boy.
Voltaire was totally right about it. Right now, not being an empire, it was a whole bunch of tiny kingdoms. There was
Yep.
no, yeah, identity around that. And now, if you get to it, he abolishes it. He
Yeah.
abolishes the Roman Empire, which had existed for 1,000 years up to that point, pretty much, which never had a national identity. It never even came
No.
close. It was so divided. And I'm sure for other monarchs around, because France was also way bigger than these kingdoms around them, that if you're another monarch, you could probably see how much of a tool nationalism could be when you saw how good it was for Napoleon. So, and you get to the end of the Napoleonic Wars, the Congress of Vienna, right, where
Congress of Vienna.
they start redrawing these borders, which is going to be problematic too, because those borders will not represent at all
No.
nationalisms. Right, you get the Austro-Hungarian Empire is going to be coming around, Austrian Empire, which is going to be huge and be multi-ethnic. And the whole idea, I think, though, was to basically surround France by big powers so they can't be a problem anymore in the 1800s. But at least in these attempts of trying to get nationalism, but nationalism too is also something that has to be kind of like, I don't, naturally,
Yes.
it has to grow naturally. Like, if you know about chat and everybody, if you know about what leads to World War I, like, you had this Austro-Hungarian Empire that was so diverse, and literally the war is going to start from that, where people don't want to be a part of that. They want their own nationalism. I want to be a Bosnian or Serbian state or Czech or Hungarian or this and that. And so it's like this double-edged sword,
Yep.
where it's like it's going to be hard to force nationalism. But man, if you can do it, if you can create a nationalist state, a really strong one, in whatever way, I mean, that can be very powerful. But we also see, and I saw chat talking about this double-edged sword of that, which is, what if you don't fall within those parameters of what you're now labeling as, this is what us and our people are? What about those out groups? And that's when you create, or that's when it gets created horrible atrocities and those sort of things. So it's like, yeah, it's a very dangerous thing.
Yeah. Mr. Terry, I appreciate the hell out of you, man. Thank you so much for spending some time. Thanks for talking French Revolution. Where can people find you?
Yep. So in chat, I'll say hi in chat. So I have two channels. The main one you guys probably know me from is just youtube.com/Mr. Terry History. The most popular stuff I do is actually reaction content to a lot of history content out there. I cover all kinds of historical topics, even some current events. And then if you like original content, I have another channel that's brand new, Mr. Terry's History Originals. That's the more the original content. So two places you can find me there. Love to see all you around. I know a lot of you have come around, and I appreciate all your support. And thanks, Tom, for having me on. I'm always happy to come on, whether it's talking about history or the Vikings. I did not wear my Vikings jersey.
I thought you were coming out to one today, yeah.
But I wanted to dress for the occasion. But all right, thanks everyone.
Perfection.
Skull.
Mr. Terry, have a fantastic evening. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Have a good night, everyone.
Vive la France. Vive la France. Okay. All right. I am not done. So that's all. That was the first thing I say. I will pull up. We'll finish the slides just so I know there were some folks that were taking notes. So I'll make sure that we finish all that. I am not done. No, I want to finish a few roundabout things. I got not too much left. So just want to make sure we put a bow on everything in case you want to take notes. Listen, we're not done. The bell doesn't dismiss you. I do. We're at $264,482. I appreciate that. We're going to talk about why Napoleon got exiled twice. I'm going to dive into some of the details with you momentarily. I'm going to just grab water super quick. I'm going to pee. Give me like 90-ish seconds. No, I've never said that in my teaching career ever. I will be right back. We're almost done. I hope you're enjoying it. We're gonna get through. We're gonna go. Whew. All right, we have returned. We're about to be in the home stretch. I know there's been folks taking notes. A huge shout out once again to Mr. Terry for taking the time, coming on in. We have something on the site. All right, let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got. Oh, Anonymous, what a 529! Thank you, Anonymous! Bam! Bam! Appreciate the hell out of you. I believe that is 6. I think that is 6 for the feed counter. Blind, appreciate the hell out of you. Anonymous, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Micah, Ziggy, Devin, Jeff, appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let me just back up a tiny bit because I do want to show a couple of things. Vaughn, thank you for the $12. People, you can't teach the whole entire French Revolution. Response, watch me. Again, there is a lot more depth that you can go into, but this is the start. So, Reign of Terror, real quick. We're going to back up real quick about Robespierre. So, Robespierre, he runs the Committee of Public Safety. They kill 17,000 people. They arrest 300,000 people. The idea that you could commit treason is just... Oh, I heard this guy, as Mr. Terry was saying, and all of a sudden, by the way, we're at $265,000. Let's go. Let's go. This leads to a ton of paranoia. It leads to a bunch of people who didn't do anything getting executed, because as Mr. Terry alluded to, there's not really justice that is being served. When you could throw your neighbor under the guillotine and go, okay, yeah, it's because they were talking poorly about the government. And it's this constant struggle for that said government to try and maintain any kind of order. And they're also appeasing very violent tendencies of people who have been suffering for a very, very long time. So this gets old pretty damn quick. They do go after religion again. I want to make sure to highlight that theme, especially because where we saw where absolute power was. And I think it's very poetic that you have Cardinal Richelieu, obviously a religious figure, work really hard to create what would become the absolute monarchy and the foundation for everything that was about to happen. Anonymous, thank you for the 25er. Only for once the revolution undoes that, then the church never really gains that power back in France. So you literally can track the growth of the church. I mean, hell, you can go back to Avignon when you have leaders going, oh yeah, no, we're going to move the Pope from Rome to Avignon. That's a whole different story. But as they go through history in just France, and this happens all throughout Western Europe, the church goes through a lot of power fluctuations. By the end of this, they're constantly under attack, whether it's Napoleon, whether it's Robespierre, and you don't really see that combination of them working together in France like it was. We talked about this, the Thermidorian reaction. They get pretty damn upset with Robespierre. He just keeps on calling for more and more executions. Take care, Austin. Appreciate you. For more and more executions, it backfires because he just gets betrayed by his own people. And while he does attempt to end his own life, he is caught. He does suffer he catches his jaw, and then they wind up executing him after that. The Thermidor, bring back the calendar. Yeah, that's another fun one in French history. During the French Revolution, they create their own calendar because we're not following the Gregorian calendar anymore. And they start with a very different year. So I highly recommend. That's a fun history one to go and look that one up in your own time. That's definitely a fun one. So you can see images of it online. It's a lot of fun. So, Robespierre, the death of Robespierre, this is celebrated all throughout France because Robespierre got on everybody's list pretty quickly as Robespierre was creating lists of people to kill. And so he is taken out, and it's like Mr. Terry was also saying that... Can I go back for a minute? I got you. It was also like Mr. Terry was saying that at some point, if you are a peasant that is going through this, man, you start wishing for some normalcy real quick. And when they're killing 17,000 people in a year and they're constantly chopping off heads, like, it's It's a lot. And again, there is so much anger in France. There is so much resentment. You see this with Louis. You see this definitely with Marie Antoinette. You see this with their 10-year-old son that they're responsible for killing. You see it all over the place. And again, they still kill 17,000 people in a year with public executions. But at some point, okay, we gotta be done. 17,000. No, it's 1,000. No, not 1,700. They arrest about 300,000 people, but they kill 17,000. So, after Robespierre is dead, this is what I showed you this. Oh, was this Friday Night Q&A? I think it was. I think it was Friday Night Q&A. I'm pretty sure I showed you this, that you have a sincere fear of the revolution if you are a monarch and have any amount of power in a monarch state, because, oh God, what if this spreads? And you, again, England, they didn't need any excuse to hate France, but this idea was terrifying. So, yeah, you got the rats, they're forming the guillotine, and you have the monarch who's running away. It highlights this very real idea and really terrifying thought if you're a king or a queen, because it's, oh God, if this comes to my country, am I going to get my head chopped off? Also, how am I treating my citizens? Uh-oh. So, a lot of fear going on there. And so, to get to the final man here, after Robespierre is killed, right, you have the Thermidorian reaction, which is like, all right, let's try and get back to some kind of normalcy, please. Something like that. So they write another constitution. This is in 1795 in August. They create the directory that we were just talking about. And it's really relying on the military. So whenever you see new types of governments pop up, so let's just say it's any kind of revolution, usually the people who take over or the ways that they're able to maintain power is through the people who have the guns. Anonymous, thank you for the $5, or have the weapons if you're going earlier. And here, Napoleon, who they are constantly relying on, becomes insanely popular. And the directory, no one really cares about this. There is constant fighting. They are constantly being torn apart by multiple different sides on how the country should be run, on how the government should operate. And Napoleon, who's just getting more and more and more and more popular, oh, this guy doesn't lose. This guy's got a winning streak. He's doing fantastic. He gets really damn popular. And so he winds up, during the revolution, Napoleon is helping defeat France's enemies. And so because of that, once he comes back from war, he all of a sudden gets springboarded into this position of, oh, damn, this guy, military might, maybe he should be the ruler. And so he does wind up becoming the emperor in let me just make sure, I think it's 1804. Yes, it's 1804. So he crowns himself emperor. You can see the disdain. So the clergy's not super duper happy with this. But Napoleon basically is like, hey, I'm one of the people. I am going to do this for myself. The people of France, they are the ones who crowned me. The power's from the people. It's not from the church. So this is, again, go back to absolutism. Oh boy. Cardinal Richelieu, who's literally like running France at some point, where you got the painting of his cats. And now you have the clergy looking on while you have an emperor, not a king, an emperor in Napoleon who is moving with a similar amount of power than you saw as an absolute ruler. Well, Sardine, thank you for the 120. Appreciate it. When it comes to the absolute ruler aspect of Napoleon, I don't want to convince you he's one thing or the other, because that is a very good debate topic, and it also, as long as you can justify it with your evidence, that's what you wind up teaching. But Napoleon, again, is so freaking popular And he wins a lot. And I mean a whole lot. Because he is really damn good at the whole war thing. So by 1810, and again, you're talking 1790s, right? Less than 20 years, all of this is happening. Napoleon is now in control. He is the emperor, and he controls a ton. So there's your French Empire, right? You have countries allied with Napoleon that he's like, hey, because I have an army. And then you have countries that are at war with Napoleon. Of course, the big one being Great Britain. So we mentioned how he tried to go after Britain. We'll get there in a hot second. But this is probably the biggest French military power since Charlemagne. That's true. This is probably the number one thing that Napoleon is known for. It's the Napoleonic Code. And again, it does fulfill a lot of the promises of the revolution. And so you gotta give him a whole lot of credit for that, especially legal treatment, because we're getting rid of this class distinction. Everybody gets equal treatment under the law, which again, especially when we have talked about some of the previous French rulers, that is not the case. And so for them to say, regardless of where you're from, you're going to be able to get a trial by jury. You're going to be able to practice whatever religion within reason. But whatever religion, there's a whole lot more toleration than there was. The Huguenots who got chased out, they were good. Good. And on top of that, they get rid of the old medieval ways of serfdom, feudalism. That's a big one. And so it does make a lot of people, their lives better, especially those who were probably suffering the most pre-revolution. And so for those folks, Napoleon does a whole lot. Yeah, it's a little bit of both, Cassie. Yeah, a little bit of both. A whole bunch of them do flee. They're like, hey, you can come back now. Bank of France, we talked about that. They create a nationalized bank. So this is where you're going to really start to see a shift in the way that wealth is managed in France, because you go from Louis XIV, who's just like, hey, I do whatever I want and spend it on whatever the hell I want. Now it's nationalized. Giovanni, appreciate the hell out of you. We did talk about, yes, with what happens with women. Concordat of 1801, again, Roman Catholicism, you're the majority religion, but you are not the only religion in France. And, sorry about your land, sorry about your privileges, you're also not getting those back. And so, once again, Napoleon is kind of taking a hammer to the religious influence over what the government is going to be actually doing. So you don't get any of that land back, exactly. Sorry, not sorry. In 1809, he does wind up kind of like low-key taking the Pope as prisoner, but that's for a different day. Akita, thank you for the fitty. Appreciate the hell out of you. Some of the stuff that he does wind up, yeah, this social contract is definitely being rewritten here. I would agree with that. But here, that's a small little thing. Here, there is the opposing view of what Napoleon is. So, he does go after free speech, which if we want to track that through the French Revolution, I mean, you go back pre-revolution and Richelieu going after people who were talking about the government and killing them. You see this continued throughout the revolution. Okay, Robespierre, that's my enemy. Gotta kill him. Writes all those lists. Starts imprisoning a whole bunch of folks. We talked about under Robespierre, 300,000 people were arrested. Women who got a fair amount of rights during the French Revolution. I read you the quote already. That's not great about how Napoleon feels about women. It's very similar to, again, the philosophy of Rousseau. And on top of that, he brings in a good amount of money for France. Because when he takes over and conquers all these countries, he's like, hey, give us your raw materials, kind of be a low-key colony, and give us a whole bunch of tax money. So what Louis XIV wanted to do, of like, we're going to go and do all these wars and not really get anything for it, Napoleon succeeds in at least that, but there is a very significant but here. A however, if you will. This is going to cause, I'm going to argue, unforeseen consequences that Napoleon probably didn't think of. So, finders keepers doctrine. Of course, significant but. 265, 420. Think. I want you to imagine that you don't even have to imagine yourself as a country. Think of yourself as a territory. Talk about the Holy Roman Empire, whatever. But let's just say Italy. Italy is not Italy at that point. They are not unified. Germany is not Germany. Germany is not unified whatsoever. But you have Napoleon and France go into another, let's just say, territory, because, again, not everything is going to be an established country, and go, hey, you have to pay taxes to France. You have to give raw materials to France. Does anyone have any idea what this is going to cause? I am Carthage. Angry? Sure. Dissent? Sure. Maybe a little wannabe revolution? What is an idea that is going to become very popular in France? What idea is going to spread as France starts going into these territories and taking them over? That the French are bringing with them, and then nationalism. So this spread of we were just talking about with Mr. Terry, I would strongly argue is the most important thing to come out of the French Revolution. Thank you, Lee. Because what you're going to have happen here, eventually there's going to be a monarch again. There are going to be more French revolutions. Spoiler, there is more than one. But this idea of nationalism, that is not going to be fully formed, but you saw it take hold in France. They're waving the flag. They're singing the national anthem. They're singing these songs. They're uniting. These ideas spread. And especially where Napoleon goes with the French. Something to keep in mind as we continue on. This is, at one point, we read all the different quotes from Napoleon. When it comes to women and just the how bad is it? I read they should just produce babies. But under Napoleon, women can't vote. Men could kill their cheating wives, but not vice versa. And a husband can divorce their wife, but while they're going through that, they can live with their mistress for 2 years. So if we're inviting the mistress in the house, that's fine. 2 years, then divorce. It's not great. It's not ideal. Again, especially from a 2026 lens looking back, it's really not great. But you look at Napoleon and all the things that he did, but we also have to mention this stuff too. So you look at the changes in the lives of people, and I agree with Mr. Terry, the Napoleonic Code as a whole, very successful, changes the lives of a ton of people. Ginger, thank you for the 20. But there are folks who are going to lose rights, and it is going to be certain groups of people, and women are going to be part of that group. And it's especially frustrating during the revolution because women are constantly, dude, the amount they are marching on Versailles with fish hooks and cleavers and pitchforks that are forcing the royal family to flee back to Paris. They're constantly trying to get in with the government and be like, hey, we still matter. We're still here. And when we talk about, oh man, look at all these folks who do get rights. So how do they justify that? So again, you can go back to philosophy here when we go back to Enlightenment ideals. Napoleon is a big Rousseau fan, and Rousseau believes very much in the natural state, and Rousseau believes that the natural state of women is being submissive to men. So, misogyny all over the place, but that is history. But Napoleon believes in those ideals, and you can see it in the way that he is emperor. So, yeah, still here. Whoa. Continental system blockade. This is really the only card that Napoleon has to play against England, because we have talked about how much England and France hate each other at this point. They are, we talked about France going to the aid of the Americans just in spite of the British. But they attempt to block off all of England from the rest of continental Europe. But at this point, you have the globalization of trade. It's not 100% where it gets to, not even close, but England has more options now. And because of that, when you have Europeans who are trying to get all of those British goods, all those prices are going up, and it pisses off a ton of people. Like a ton of people. Portugal, they're beefing with Portugal. So they are beefing with them as well. Here. This is, I always show artwork like this. What is this depicting? In your opinion, is there any way Napoleon could have successfully countered the British? I mean, oh man. That's a good question. I agree with Mr. Terry, and like, if you are going to go after him, you have to do it economically. You're gonna have to, but at the same time, because there's other options, because there's the globalization of trade, because England is already making so much money on a lot of other endeavors, it's gonna be real tough. I mean, you see this, dude, I mean, the Nazis have, like, oh man, how do we go after, and there's just air raid after air raid after air raid, and it backfires on them. You want to talk about nationalism? Holy cow. And you have folks saying, like, no, we are not surrendering. And it unifies them. And here we are there. So, someone was saying glorification of resistance. Sure, nationalism, dying for one's country, I saw someone say. Holding up the flag, being wounded, fighting for France. Again, it's a great idea, and it is a very powerful idea. There are ways that it gets abused, as you will see, but this, again, if you get one thing from this, this is probably my biggest argument, that nationalism is the most influential thing that comes out of this. Because especially we just talked about the revolution, and Tricolore, we read the song. That's getting spread. And so these ideas are going to continue to grow as time goes on. Nationalism. But even this, what do you see in this picture besides, immaturity? How is France depicted? It's very intentional. Anonymous, thank you for the $5. People do love an identity. Fight for your life, right? Sure. Climbing over people too. Right? As a woman, ooh, interesting. Interesting. Also, depending how Napoleon feels about women. This idea of, like, fighting for her, right? This is imagery that is used throughout history, that countries are depicted as women at times, which is very ironic, considering how a lot of these countries treat their women, with this idea of, like, I need to go fight for her. It's a time. Okay, if you couldn't tell, nationalism is a little important. Just a smidge. Just a smidge. As Napoleon starts to beef up his empire and get into all these other places, you start to see these again, there is no Italy, there is no Germany, there's no unification, but you start to see unity surrounding this idea of, hey, we're the same, right? We speak the same language. Maybe we share some cultural beliefs. Sounds like there's a little bit of coming together. And what's interesting, too, is because you look at pre-French Revolution, these very distinct social classes, first estate, second estate, third estate. Look how far we've come at this point. And nationalism kind of goes, we're the same. We're fighting for France. We're fighting for the flag, right? We're fighting for country. When these ideas start to spread, this backfires on Napoleon because you start to see a bit more resistance. So you see the spread of Enlightenment ideals, this idea of self-determination, right? Because those are the idea, oh man, I got these inherent rights. I can go out and fight for country, even if they're not fully developed there. People go, well, why am I paying taxes to France? Why am I giving resources to France when I want to do this for me, for my country? And so you have entire territories that really start to hate Napoleon because you can't close the box anymore. Well, thank you. You can't do it. So, real quick, when it comes to how Napoleon falls on down, Tsar Alexander I, talk about Russia for a hot second. He's hurt by the continental system blockade that Napoleon puts on England. And so they are going to start to beef. Napoleon, as many of you know, decides to go, all right, let's go into Russia. Let's go into Russia. Now, one final hour. I'll be done by then. Why is it really difficult to invade Russia? But never invade Russia. Why? Why is it a bad idea? Size, the cold, scorched earth. I love this. Weather, it is very, very large. Yes. So there's always like, why are you going, Napoleon invading in winter? The issue is Russia, this is going to be a hot take, very large. Very, very large. And so even if you are invading, your supply lines are going to get longer, and even if you're successful, and longer, and longer, and longer, and longer. But you might say, well, as we're conquering more territory in Russia, can't we just take their resources? Oh no, Russia doesn't play. The Russians do not mess around. So you have scorched earth. You see this throughout history whenever somebody tries to invade Russia. Napoleon marches in with 600,000 troops. 600,000. By the end, you have Russian citizens who are poisoning wells. They are burning farmland. And yes, this is negatively impacting them significantly. But they will not give an inch. And if they do, you're not going to be able to use any of this. There's not really a whole lot of infrastructure, depending on where you are in Russia, because there are some remote parts as well. And so over time, these supply lines get longer and longer. Uh-oh, it's winter. And again, hot take, Russian winters are not a joke. And people freeze to death. He marches in with over 500,000 people. He leaves with about 20,000. Russia is not kind to Napoleon. And Napoleon builds this reputation of I don't lose. And there have been times, spoilers, where Napoleon has lost, and it kind of gets scrubbed from the records. They're able to keep the reputation. Can't hide this. You can't hide this. You have this massive army in France that is reduced to bare-boned individuals who are just struggling to get back home. They are humiliated in Russia. And so because of that, they become vulnerable. This is a very famous painting. I'll spend a hot second on this. What is this depicting? It's called defeat. Even the horse is sad, right? Napoleon, look at these faces. They're miserable. People are falling down. They're just broken. The horse is upset. So Napoleon, again, we're going to kind of just breeze through a little bit. You have the Battle of Nations. Also, Leipzig is also, it's on October 13th. It is featuring Austria, Prussia, Russia, and Sweden. They come together to defeat Napoleon. Because at this point, he don't got the biggest army anymore, but they still are pretty damn good. And so it takes all these allies. I told you how many entire territories hate Napoleon. Here you go. Good old nationalism. It'll develop further. But Napoleon is not killed. He gets banished. Talk about that in a second. HP, appreciate you. I always enjoyed this quote. No, Waterloo's going to come afterwards. In Napoleon's wake was a mob of tattered ghosts draped in odd pieces of carpet or greatcoats burned full of holes, their feet wrapped in all sorts of rags. We stared, it's supposed to be stared, excuse me. We stared in horror as these skeletons of soldiers went by, their gaunt gray faces covered with disfiguring beards, without weapons, with lowered heads, eyes on the ground, in absolute silence. Out here. Thank you for the fitty. Grandest army in Western Europe. This is what they're reduced to. So, other nations going to take advantage of this, obviously. There you go. General famine and general winter, rather than Russian bullets, have conquered the Grand Army. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's good. Yeah, he gets banished from Elba. This is the Battle of Nations that we were talking about. This happens in 1813. So Napoleon, who already is defeated from Russia, suffers this defeat. Whole bunch of nations coming together. You have this coalition that is starting, or does form, to defeat Napoleon. So you have some more alliances that are going to start to form. There'll be consequences later for that. It's the first time that in battle, he is just decimated. The Russian winter and the Russian citizens, oh, they whoop his ass. But here, militarily, done. So what winds up happening is after this, you have other countries who invade France, and they force Napoleon to abdicate, to step down. He is no longer emperor. And so, they banish him to an island, Elba. They go, don't you come back. Don't want to make him a martyr, but don't you come back. And then they bring back monarchs. So Bronwyn, that is an excellent question. Did I sleep through Louis XVII? Out of respect for Louis, the 10-year-old son that dies in prison, they take Louis XVIII and they recognize him as Louis XVII. It's a great question. Anonymous, thank you for the $5. So after all that, after all of 17,000 people beheaded, constant governmental full-blown revolution, a monarch sits the throne again in France. Napoleon doesn't make it easy. He winds up consolidating a whole bunch of power on Elba with the people that live there, and he comes back for a hot second. He's like, you thought? And spoilers, he's super popular because the monarch has returned, and here comes Napoleon breaking down. He's like, you thought I was gone? Surprise. So then, the Europeans go, how many times do I have to teach you this lesson? Somehow, Napoleon returned. And they defeat him in the Battle of Waterloo. I like to show this. This is a picture of Louis XVIII. I love this, this graphic. He has two reigns. One from April 6th of 1814 to not even a full year of March 20th, 1815. Then Napoleon comes back for a hot minute, and the people welcome Napoleon with open arms. Louis's like, I gotta get out of here. I saw what happened to the last Louis. And then the European nations, they rally once again, and they defeat him at Waterloo. They exile him to St. Helena, which is, I think I'll show you on a map. I think I should have it on here. And he winds up dying there in 1821. So then Louis XVIII comes back in July of 1815 after taking, quick 4-month break after Napoleon came back. Yes, Napoleon coming back is like Philip Rivers. Yes, 100%. And then he starts his second reign. So after, again, everything that has happened, everything that we have talked about, there is still a French monarch that sits on the throne. However, their power is significantly limited. There is no absolutism that is going to be in France, but the king does come back. It is important to note, it's not like it's back how it used to be, but the fact that there's another Louis sitting on the throne. Yeah, it's history. This is Elba, outside of Italy. So just to give you an it's not super far. Like, he made it work, right? He did. Honor system, it kind of was. So, again, he rallies a bunch of folks on Elba, and he just has to get back. I think it's a ship that he winds up hopping on. And then, yeah, he's immediately accepted by French citizens because they're like, oh, this is much better than having a king. Battle of Waterloo, June 18th, 1815. No card craze. As we were talking about, they named Louis, the 10-year-old kid who dies in prison during the French Revolution. They give him the honorary title of Louis XVII, so they skip it to Louis XVIII. So he just inherits the name Louis XVIII instead. So, just to give you an idea, this is where they put him the first time. This is where they put him the second time. Little bit further. When they're talking about exile, they mean exile this time. He doesn't come back from this one. This is again, here. Oh, look. Nice little Italian island there. Go over here. Go away. Do not come back. And so, I'm pretty sure it is the final slide. So, to wrap up the French Revolution, the first one, you have the Napoleonic Code. So, sets the legal precedents and really gets rid of the feudal class system, gets equality under the law. A lot of the promises of the revolution are legalized with the Napoleonic Code, and you kind of can't go back from that after that. Slavery gets abolished in France. That's a win. Instead of an absolute monarch, you have a constitutional monarch. So now they're going to be governed by a constitution, which you see in a whole bunch of other Western European states at this time. No more primogeniture. Does anyone know what that word means? It's one of my favorite words. Does anyone know? Maybe we could just row a few months. It's fine. Primogeniture. Does anyone know? Male inheritance. Yes. So primogeniture, which is a Middle Ages ideal, is the idea that your firstborn basically inherits everything. So they get rid of that too. So that's pretty nice because that is a very, very dated system that has been around for a long, long time. They get rid of debt imprisonment. They can't just throw you in jail because you have debt. That's a big one. Those ideals, they do spread. We mentioned nationalism. I think we've hit the nail on the head there. That is going to cause significant consequences throughout history. You're talking world wars, you're talking about revolutions, and I mean consequences in both good and bad. There are going to be significant ones. The Holy Roman Empire is no longer a thing. Jay Stolz, thank you for the 20. Appreciate the hell out of you. The Holy Roman Empire is literally a mess of territories, and they're like these small provinces. When Napoleon comes in, he's like, okay, this is ours now. And so because of that, you have a level of unification that, we're together. Yeah, we're kind of beholden to France, but okay. 1815 is the Congress of Vienna. It is one of the most consequential congresses and meetings of European leaders in European history. That would be a different thing. But they go, okay, now it's the Rhine-German Confederation. They give it a new name. They start to draw and redraw the maps of Europe. This would be, I'd show you the difference in borders for all these different territories. Those are not going to stick. And so the Habsburgs in Austria, they wind up taking over those territories, and they're basically in charge of hundreds of these small little German states. And you basically took, let's just say, I'm going to throw out a number. I don't know the exact number. I think let's just say like 400, 500 states, and make them into 39 larger states. So they literally just smash them all together and go, all right, this is different territory now. Drew the line on the map. This is the reality. So a lot of those German princes, because there were hundreds of them, they now started to reduce in power, and that is not going to make them very happy. But ultimately, by the end of the 1800s, you are going to see Otto von Bismarck and this quest to unify Germany and to bring them together as one country. And a big reason that happens, nationalism, Napoleon, and the French Revolution. I think, I think that's it. So that is the French Revolution. There we go.